Welcome, everybody, to the Sleestakians show. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. Gosh, I got two of myself on the screen. I don't know exactly what's going on here. Um, Actually, I'm logged in on my phone, and I've got my laptop going again. Um, just trying to just trying to get the link out, let people know the show's going. It's a bit later than normal, and I apologize for that. Um, let's see. Oh, cool. People are sharing out the stream. And hey, Mike, welcome to the chat. Not quite sure what's going on, if anybody's going to join me tonight or not. I think people will eventually. I've got the link pinned in the chat. I think maybe I just said that. I'm a little bit out of sorts. There's some. Well, thanks, Mike. I was rushing around. I got back from the grocery store, and I was just like, I was plumb tuckered out, as as they say, but I'll say as some folks say. Uh, but yeah, I had to visit a sick relative in the hospital, and there's a lot of stuff going on. But I figured if I made it back on time, I'd host the show. Oh yeah. There's always going to be the good thing is though my chat tends to have plenty of what do we call benevolent trolls? Yeah, I've got some really some fun people here, and so if somebody starts trolling, there chances are there'll be somebody who'll troll them back. Hey, Courtney, welcome to the chat. Always a pleasure to see you. Sorry I'm so late getting the word out. Oh, hey, it's still bright. Do you have a wrench? If not, I've got both my Chromebook and my phone going. Chromebook's doesn't have a lot of RAM, but it really does come in handy when I'm hosting a show. I can actually see people on that before I got my Chromebook fixed. For some reasons, there was something going on with StreamYard where I couldn't even see people's messages, and now it's working perfectly. So it was like the messages were so tiny I could barely even see them on my screen. It's much better now. And then I got my phone too, so I can multitask because I'd like to. It's easier to go and be able to have one tab open on my Chromebook and be doing something else on the phone, especially when I'm trying to get the word out. Please like and share. It's really appreciated. As I said earlier, I got back from the grocery store, was a bit worn out, had to rest, and then I was like, holy shit, the stream's supposed to start soon. Oh well, it's okay even if somebody can't stay, it's just it's good to see everybody. There was a family emergency. I don't want to go into too much detail, but it happened the other day. Just visited a family member in the hospital. That's all I'm going to say about it, other than after that, I had to go grocery shopping, and so I'm a little delayed here. Oh, it's always great to see you, Fish. Welcome. But yeah, if I seem a little out of it or scatterbrained or whatever, it's because of that. But family members doing well. Is yes, and hopefully we'll be out of the hospital in a few days. I don't know exactly. family member had a problem with their gallbladder. That's that. Oh yeah, well thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't want to go into detail about who it was or whatever. None of, none of you know the person anyway. Um, person doesn't really use social media, but I appreciate the kind words and sentiments, whatnot. Um, but I should have the StreamYard link pinned in the chat if anybody wants to join. And of course, liking and sharing is always appreciated. I see people have already liked and shared the stream. I think that's awesome. I don't know where the heck Daniel is. Could be, he probably doesn't even know that I'm streaming because and he gets kind of busy too. He's got a lot of stuff on his plate, so to speak. Hopefully he'll show up. Oh, hey, Bone, welcome. Yeah, I was saying it got going a little late. There was a family emergency the other day, and visited the relative in the hospital today, and then had to do some grocery shopping. So sorry to be late again, but I think it's awesome the folks tuned in, even though I didn't indicate ahead of time that I was going live. Yeah, it's always good to see Bone, Fish, Courtney, Still Bright. I mentioned Courtney, right? And Mike as well. Mike. So a lot of people here have some awesome streams. Feel free to post the links to your own streams in the chat. That's really what this show is. I'm very grateful for a lot of things in life, especially when family members get sick. It really puts things in perspective, and I'm grateful for all of you here. And I don't mind you guys promoting your stuff. I want you guys to promote your channels. And of course, I'm using the word guys in the gender neutral sense. Not sure in all the different varieties of English, but here in Michigan, we just like call everybody a guy. We don't mean anything like gendered by it. But yeah, I'm gonna try messaging Daniel on Twitter, see if he can join. As I said, the link's pinned in the chat. I've been having a lot of fun with these open panel streams. Had people on here from different sections, different social. It's okay to use the word cliques. I don't want to like belittle anyone, but it's like just different social circles, I guess, might be a good term. Everybody and everybody's got their own stuff that they watch that's unique too. So, and it's neat to be able to talk to people about anything from comic books, which I honestly I'm not an expert on. I packed quite a few. But I didn't grow up reading a lot of comics. Read few underground comics, here and there. R. Crumb has an excellent one about Franz Kafka, the famous Czech novelist. He was a Jewish man, and a lot of Jewish people in the Czech Republic ended up learning German because it's surprisingly Yiddish is descended from Middle High German, and so it was easier to learn standard German if you wanted to learn uh, German and Czech were the big languages spoken, and it was easier for a lot of Yiddish speakers to learn German. But I'm pretty sure Kafka could speak both German and Czech, so I think that really helped him out in life. Some of you might know a bit more about Franz Kafka than I do. I'm relying heavily off of that comic book that um, Robert Crumb, R. Crumb, did. Awesome comic book. I recommend it to folks if you like underground comics, or if you like Franz Kafka and um, like his stories. Um, there's there's even like a little short discussion of Franz Kafka's metamorphosis in the biography that R. Crumb did of Kafka, and like where this guy wakes up and he's turned into a bug, and it's just really impressive to see how Crumb drew it. I've been looking at a lot of R. Crumb stuff lately, and he's just got so many different styles and so many different subjects from like women with like big booties, to like drawing these great blues and jazz musicians, to all this like anthro stuff, like kind of like pre-furry era and anthropomorphic animals, what they used to call funny animals back in the day. I was surprised to find out that he did Fritz the Cat, which was turned into a movie um, that um, our Crumb totally didn't approve of, and he even killed off his character Fritz the Cat. But oh, welcome, Mahmoud.
Hi.
How you doing?
How about you?
Uh, uh, I'm doing okay. I'm just trying to get the word out that I'm streaming, trying to let people know. I started the stream kind of late tonight. Little I tried to start it early.
On time?
I tried to start at 5, well, Pacific, 6 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern.
I'm in Pacific time.
Oh yeah, so I tried to start at 5 p.m. your time, but I was a little late today. Um, Fish said that he studied Franz Kafka in university. The Trail is my favorite. I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with that one. It's just talking about this writer. His name was Kafka, was his last name, and foreign writer, but there's a lot of stuff translated into English.
Yeah.
He had a story where somebody woke up and they had turned into a giant bug. So not something that would happen in real life, but
Yeah.
an interesting idea, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm asking people to please like and share the.
The stream, yeah, top right and
Yeah, I know I
I subbed.
keep repeating myself,
Yeah.
trying to let people know. Yeah.
So why you only go live only once a week?
I get actually worn out if I stream more often.
Oh,
Currently have some health issues.
oh,
I went to see my regular doctor, and he recommended a bunch of doctors who are experts on different illnesses. So I'm going to go to different. I'm going to go to these specialists, to these doctors who know about these various conditions, because I want to get to feeling better. And welcome, Tim.
welcome, Tim.
Howdy, guys.
I was just I was just explaining to Mahmoud. Hope I pronounce. I'm always afraid I'm going to mispronounce your name, but
Yeah, yeah.
that I don't. I get worn out if I stream more than once a week. And today I was there was visiting a sick relative in the hospital. I had to go grocery shopping, so that's why I'm late. And hey, Hervoye, thanks for dropping links.
Mahmoud Al Kofahi. I think I said that.
Yeah, that's my name.
Cool.
That's a cool name.
Yeah.
And Hervoye's in the chat. He's all the way off in Croatia, which is used to be part of the Yugoslavia. So it's got to be like 3 a.m. there.
That explains
know,
why
it's
he
really
seems so
late there.
smart. Average people, and I think one of the highest average IQs throughout. Well, a lot of people would call it Croatia still, but
Yeah, Croatia is. He recommends all sorts of really cool music videos to me, or just even like say YouTube videos with musicians. A lot of like electronic music and like old hip hop and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and then some of it's Croatian stuff that I never would have learned about probably if it weren't for Hervoye. So thank you to Hervoye and everybody
It's
else in the
241
chat,
a.m.
and thank you
over
for
there.
you guys on the panel, Mahmoud and Timbergini Tube.
yeah, no worries, man. Always here to keep you company and make it a little bit more entertaining, I guess.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was just afraid before Mahmoud joined. I was afraid I'd just be here by myself. I was talking about Franz Kafka.
Franz Kafka.
He was a Jewish Czech novelist, and the thing was a lot of Jewish people only knew like say Yiddish and German because they're actually related languages. Though Yiddish has a lot of like say Hebrew and like a bunch of like I think like borrowings from like Eastern European languages too thrown in. But Kafka knew both German and Czech, along with probably Yiddish. So he was able to like do better in the Czech Republic when the Germans it got to the point where the Germans being there wasn't too popular, And so if somebody only spoke German, or like say Yiddish, which was it wasn't necessarily a good thing, but I'm pretty sure he could speak Yiddish, German, and Czech.
Tuberculosis got him, eh?
Oh, wait, what's going on? Did you say TB?
He passed away in 1924 at the age of only 40. He passed away. Not to bring some salt on it.
But that's interesting information. Fish worked in Serbia, so that's a lot of. Now I don't know what it's like nowadays because the languages could be drifting apart. But I know back in the day that they used to use the term Serbo-Croatian to cover both Serbian and Croatian. I know I believe one of the languages was written using a Latin style script. Like like the English alphabet is based on Latin alphabet, and then I think the other I think the other language used Cyrillic style alphabet, kind of like Russian does.
One thing I really gotta know, man, nobody's answering me. What happened to Apex Comics? Is he okay, or is he part of did some sort of
Wait,
drama
what happened?
happen?
What
Or
happened? He's still he's
Yeah, what
did he
happened?
unfollow you or something
oh
or
no,
what?
no, I just haven't seen him around for a while, and I just saw his last stream was like over a
Oh,
month ago, so I was worried. Like I don't know, he seemed like he's getting a little bit older. I was worried maybe something happened
I
with
don't.
health or something, or I know there's lots of drama
Oh,
going on that I'm really not. I'm trying to stay out
oh,
of whatever
oh
drama stuff
no.
is
He's
going
not
on.
really
So
into the to drama.
yeah, I kind of figured
I
he
know
didn't seem like it.
he can't make this show because he's got like a lot of like I think it has to do with like his work
Yeah, I
schedule or
don't even know
something. So he
him.
typically streams late at night, but unfortunately, I end up missing those streams.
Yeah, man,
Wait,
he
is
just
he a YouTuber?
Kafka was a great writer. His books are translated into
Oh,
hundreds
Apex
of
was
languages.
another. Apex has his own YouTube channel, and then he's another artist and stuff that's usually on the panel here. So
oh,
Well,
okay.
Apex is usually in the chat, or he's and Hex Allen's been pretty busy. There's the with the Rex, Hex, and Apex show,
yeah, yeah.
but I
So
think
yeah,
he's. I just heard that he's going to be busy for the rest of the month. Which I guess
Yeah.
there's not that much left, but it could be something similar with Apex because I think I've seen him in
Apex is a game.
Rex's chat. I'm
uh,
sorry, Maman.
Apex is a game.
oh, you're thinking of
Yeah. Was
no,
it called?
we're
Is it
not
Apex
referring to.
Legends?
Yeah, we're not referring to that. No,
No,
there's
well,
a
we're talking about. There's also a guy who makes comics, and his name is his comic company is Apex Comics. And he,
Oh,
Ethereal
okay.
Dragon, welcome.
So if you guys hear some background noise, I'm just chopping up some onions and garlic here.
I wondered what that was. I thought it was like somebody with a rapper,
Just
not like
coffee
Ice-T
machine.
or something. Well, not like a Coolio type rapper, but I thought it was like a rapper, candy rapper or something.
I'm like the male
Yeah.
version of Martha Stewart. I'm always cooking or cleaning something.
Oh, so it sounds like Kafka wanted to learn Yiddish or Hebrew in his final years. I would have thought that because I thought he spoke both German and Czech, so I would think that learning Yiddish would
Well, it
once
says
he's
his.
got those two languages down,
I'm
and
reading
Yiddish and
here. It
German are
says.
related.
Reading here. It says his parents probably spoke a German language influenced by Yiddish that was sometimes pejoratively called Marschaldusch. I'm not sure.
Interest-
Marschaldusch.
Interesting.
It's
Wow. Yeah, it's
evolution of language. Yeah.
yeah. Somebody was mentioning to me, or no, somebody was just talking about on Twitter, like what the most expressive language is, and
Yeah.
I don't know if there's really any real way of like scientifically evaluating it, but Yiddish sure has its number of insults and like creative and like really entertaining phrases and stuff. I can't speak it, but I used to have a book called The Joys of Yiddish, and unfortunately, somebody who after the author died, somebody came up with a new Joys of Yiddish, which removed all the politically incorrect stuff.
Yeah.
Politically incorrect. What?
Yeah, a lot of
This
the
sounds like an old language. Did they even use the term politically incorrect back in the day?
well, now they'll say
I can speak
woke
many
or whatever. Yeah,
languages.
remove. No, it's like it was the opposite of woke, I think, because they just had all these swear words in there, and just like the insults, like in like and just like curses, but they were like some of them might have been they were just like really funny though. and then all that funny stuff has been, maybe not everything funny, but I've heard it's been removed from the new joys of Yiddish. And they shouldn't be able to. People shouldn't be able to do that once somebody passes away. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe if it's something's public domain, but I could see that. But
I don't think they were thinking of these things back then. I feel like I don't know.
well, the
We have
Joys of
to-
Yiddish was I think I got my copy in the early 2000s or something, but I don't know when it was published. He Adventuring Oarfish.
Yeah.
Adventuring oarfish, like the oarfish in the ocean you're talking about.
Yeah. And then we also, I think that might actually be, I don't know, is that Fish 1999? Oh, wait, Batman William? Oh, always a pleasure to see you. And folks, please put the links to your shows in the chat. I like promoting people's channels, and I like being able to visit people's channels. Mama, you've got a Looney Tunes related channel?
Yeah, I'm a YouTuber too.
Yeah, so you talk about the Looney Tunes on there?
No, I just put some video game stuff on there. It's been a while since I posted on YouTube. It's been a while.
I was just showing my girlfriend Tweety Bird and Sylvester yesterday. She'd never seen it before.
Oh yeah.
My sisters used to love Tweety Bird. They still do. They got like Tweety Bird blankets and fucking Tweety Bird things in their car.
No, the funny thing is I was always rooting for Sylvester, I think.
Yeah,
no, I don't know. I like them both, but
they both made the show. There wouldn't be Sylvester without Tweety Bird, I guess.
Yeah, they're both extremely necessary. It's
complement each other.
In a unique way. Kind of it's like with Tom and Jerry.
Oh yeah.
They're pretty much the same cartoons, just from different producers.
Very similar kind of thing.
I have a question.
Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote.
Do you have any other jobs?
Huh?
Do you have any other jobs besides being a YouTuber?
Let's see. Other jobs.
Quantum physicist.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that one.
I'm a paleontologist.
I'm trying to come up with something creative.
Me personally,
trying to stay healthy is a full-time job.
Got my own company that I haven't really done anything with for a while, but yeah, I know Lorenzo's definitely talented in many areas too.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I can talk more about my volunteer stuff. That I was a public access. I used to do. I used to make TV shows for that actually were on TV and not just YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah, do you know about public access or community access TV shows?
No, I don't.
Have you ever seen? There's a movie called Wayne's World.
Oh, hell
kind of old movie now.
I know.
Party time, excellent.
I used to make TV shows, but it wasn't. I didn't get paid to do so. It was just for It was just a channel that was. I don't even know how to explain it really. But I used to be a college radio DJ.
Okay.
And we also used to have a TV channel at the college as well.
Oh, wow.
And so I used to film and edit TV shows. Haven't done that in a long time, But so yeah, I was a disc jockey. I played all sorts of styles of music on the radio. Played rock music, blues music, jazz, folk, um, rap music, electronic music, music from around the world. Um, I hosted like five different radio shows. Um, that were my own when I was a DJ, and then I ended up filling in for a bunch of shows. So I remember one time I got in trouble because I was like I had to host the women's music show, and so I just like I played God as my co-pilot, which is just this really harsh, like experimental music. But I think a lot of the band members are women, and then I learned that women's music was like a specific genre. It wasn't just music with women. I learned that one the hard way, but I don't know what they were expecting, having a guy fill in for the women's music show.
It shows God as my co-pilot was a movie.
Oh, yeah. So I think the band named themselves after the movie, but I know that's also a figure of speech, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see.
So,
Sex is for making babies. Yeah.
That was
that
was one of their names of their albums was "God is my co-pilot, sex is for making babies," and they were like.
I could see some.
They were women who were. I thought they were like some of them were like women who were interested in other women, and so I figured that would like fit in with the whole women's music show thing. Because,
that might be extra offensive. It just adds another layer of offense.
Well, the DJ at the time was a lesbian, and so I was filling in for her, and so I was like, okay, I'll play this, and then somebody chewed me out and said, and it's like. It was the last minute. I don't listen to this women's music. Later, I learned that there's this particular style of music called women's music, and I just thought it was like if you were in a band and you're a woman, you could play this. I mean, not me being a woman. I'm just saying. I thought this was women who made music.
We lost.
And so I was just playing like. I mean, there's so many. I was just playing stuff that was like fucking rocked. I didn't realize that it was a certain type of more gentler music, or I don't know. Maybe I could have played. Let's see. Maybe. Oh gosh, now I can't think of. But there's a lot of like I think there's a lot of like say like female punk rock bands like that were worth checking out, like Joan Jett. Joan Jett. I don't know. I don't know if you're a Joan Jett fan, but I like what I've heard from her. I'm not an expert, but Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. He was in this all-girl band called the Runaways, and she was like not only important in the punk scene, but she was like one of the early goth artists.
Hate myself for loving you. Oh, she's still alive. She's 65.
Yeah, she's got to be. How old is she? Is she like in her 70s now?
65, September 22nd,
Oh,
1958.
wow.
We lost.
Oh yeah, because she was 14, I believe, when she started in the Runaways. For like a bunch of kids.
Is she the one?
I mean, that was actually like a pretty. That was a solid punk band, or I think it's punk.
Who did that old song, "Leader of the Pack"? Oh, Shangri-La.
Oh, that was.
Oh, this is way older, I guess.
Yeah. That's. Was that from the 60s?
Yeah, 1964. Fuck, you could tell you're a DJ. Like every band there is, pretty much.
there's plenty of stuff I don't know, especially like
Nerds.
the lot of stuff we weren't supposed to play on the college radio station, like the rock station would have what they called the Led Zepp set, and they play like 3 Led Zeppelin songs in a row. So it's kind of like if we played Led Zeppelin, that'd be kind of like stomping, kind of rehashing what they're doing and kind of interfering with it. And I think I later found out that I think some of these big radio stations actually donated money to the college station. And so maybe that was another thing is we were trying not to compete. But I've heard it's common with college radio that they typically don't want to play the big, so-called commercial bands. But are you familiar with Tom Waits?
Tom Waits. Oh, I can't say I've ever heard of that guy.
Oh, he was on Island Records, just like U2. Band U2's on Island Records, or at least they were. Are you familiar with those guys? They got kind of, I think they got kind of commercial over time. But they had their debut album, Boy, was quite good. That's an album called Joshua Tree, I think was quite good. Are you familiar with that band?
Sorry, what's it called?
U2.
Oh, U2, of course.
Yeah.
I try to not be.
yeah. The funny thing is, Tom Waits was on Island Records along with, Bob Marley was on there, and as well, and we did play stuff off of the big labels. It's just we try not to play the stuff that you could hear on
Where the streets have no name.
Yeah. We just try not to play what was on the commercial rock station, where they
good music, but it's still nice to hear. Basically, that's what keeps people sucked in, I guess you could say too. Like when they're hearing the same pop music over and over, everyone will get bored of it.
Yeah, and so Hendrix, we had a Hendrix blues album. And we're a compilation album, and that was something that we could play on the college radio station without, and then we weren't really. It wasn't something you were going to hear. You weren't going to hear a bunch of I mean, sure. I'd say probably a lot. I think maybe most of his songs he did with Jimi Hendrix Experience were based in the blues, but this was even more bluesy than Hendrix's other stuff.
I actually knew a guy, so I still talk to him regularly. We just email though, because he lives in the US, I live in Canada. But yeah, growing up, he would tell me lots of stories where he actually was literally Jimi Hendrix's neighbor. They live side by side in Seattle. And he's a pretty wealthy guy too, so I have no reason to doubt him at all. But apparently he would hang out with him and play his guitar and stuff when Jimi Hendrix was really young. And he literally taught him a lot of stuff, how he knows how to play guitar.
Is this an older gentleman?
Yeah, he's
boomer or older.
How old would he be? Actually,
I know the term boomer. I don't mean anything pejorative by boomer. It just means old.
He actually made his own music too. He never got really big or anything, but it's so funny because his first name's Richard, and one of his other names is Hammer. So his music name was Dick Hammer.
Oh, that's awesome!
Yeah, dude, he was a really funny guy.
Did you like his music?
Oh yeah, he's seriously he did mostly covers though, and it's a lot of folk music. So
oh wow,
very talented guy though, that's for sure. And he'd sing and play the guitar at the same time and stuff. So and he too.
Sorry.
He was also in the Navy too though, and he would always get into trouble, and he'd always be stuck painting the decks on boats and stuff, and when he's in the Coast Guard. So he actually got a lot of heavy metal poisoning from all the paints, and now he can awful. Barely move his jaw when he's getting older. It's just something to learn from it. Is a terrible thing, but Yeah, paints are
Yeah,
poisonous. Don't be a painter if you want to be a
yeah.
singer.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently, now, especially with the paints they had back then, maybe some of it's gotten better.
Oh wow, is this him? No, that's not him.
So Hrvoje, who's Croatian, said Old Serbian had Russian influences in its Cyrillic. Modern Serbian has some Greek influence. Well, that makes sense. I know there's the Serbian Orthodox Church, and I'm wondering if it's more leaning towards Constantinople. But I know that Serbia and Russia are um, pretty sure they're tight allies too. I could be wrong.
Russia and who? Serbia?
Yeah, yeah. Like,
Everyone's
could,
an ally as long as it benefits them. As soon as the benefits go away, everyone knows what happens, basically.
yeah, but like, if there's like a threat to the Orthodox faith,
Yeah, they're
like,
very, like, I would say, societally, they're very synonymous with each other, that's for sure. They share a lot in common. Orthodox Church definitely is the dominant religion for both countries. Um,
yeah, and Greece. So it makes sense though that with Greece too being Orthodox, that they would have Greek borrowings. But I'm kind of surprised that they would go from be borrowing more from Greek nowadays than from Russian.
have you heard of, man, what's his name again? Traore. Traore, Ibrahim Traore. He's a new leader of Burkina Faso. It's a pretty controversial country, but I was just thinking of him because in their country, he's born in only 1988. And this guy's the leader of their country right now, and he's extremely popular because just like the leader of is it Argentina or Venezuela, that new guy just got in, and he's just kicking socialism's ass, basically. Let's put it that way. But this Ibrahim Traore guy took over Burkina Faso recently, and he's basically kicked out every single foreign country, including all the Russian companies that were like involved in mining and stuff there. And he's basically said like it's our country, and it's just interesting. He's like the first one I've heard of really that has done that, other than now Argentina's following their lead as well.
I've heard that during World War II, the Swiss uh, they were so neutral that like if either what we would consider the Allies or the Axis, either one flew a plane over their land that like a warplane, they would shoot it down. Swiss didn't care which side it was because they weren't into that war, and they weren't into World War II.
Well, once again, every country does things to a certain extent as long as it benefits them. And the Swiss definitely benefited off of all sides investing in their country and hiding
Oh
their
yeah, yeah.
resources there. And same with Spain. Spain was supposedly neutral, but obviously they definitely weren't. They actually had a lot of favoritism towards the Germans. But once again, it was as long as it benefited them.
Yeah, and the Swiss with all their banks.
Yeah, 100%. And then
Appar-
the Spain is just geographically located in a spot where no matter what, everyone has to go by Gibraltar, basically going in and out of the Mediterranean there. So,
Oh, I
but
see. Fish 1999 was telling Hervoye that she I should sorry about that. Pretty sure Fish 1990 is a she. Um, learned Serbian. It
1978 lead paint was
likes
banned in
the
60.
sound very much, and I hear the Russian. I guess the Russian influence. And so, Cyrillic is Greek in origin and was for Slavic languages as a well. Well, Cyrillic's interesting in that I guess there was an original Cyrillic that the Gothic. I don't know. I don't know if I said that right. Alphabet that it was Saint Cyril, and I always want to call him Saint Methadone. and I feel bad. He's a saint in my church. I'm Orthodox, but like, I can't think of his name. But they had developed an alphabet, and I believe they were both Greek Orthodox. We would now call Orthodox. I think this was before the schism between Orthodox and Catholic, but they were Greek missionaries, I believe, and they went to Moravia, which there used to be an empire called Great Moravia, and now Moravia is just part of the Czech Republic, and which kind of I think is unfortunate for the Moravians because they anyway they were really Moravia was very like culturally important. Saint Cyril and Saint I can't think of his name. Anyway, can spread
Oh, they
like
have their own
Eastern
church.
style Christianity, like
Yeah, Moravian Church. I'm looking it up here. It's interesting.
oh that's actually a like a Protestant group,
Yeah, this is
and apparently that's different than the Hussite churches. In say like Moravia.
Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, and previously the Hussite movement.
Yeah, because there's still the old school style. John Huss, I think. I mean, it's spelled Jan, but like I think it was pronounced. Oh, Jan Huss probably, and because the J is typically pronounced as a Y in a lot of languages, and so it would be Jan Huss. He
Yankovic.
he was in like one of the very first Protestant reformers, and he was based out of
Czechoslovakia
yeah,
area.
I'll just say yeah. I should try to think of which way of saying it. And he the shiny hunter.
I guess Bohemia. I guess really that's what it would have been called back in the day. It's interesting.
Well, the Bohemia is interesting. I think a lot of the people who settled there were the more German-oriented people, like what I was talking about earlier, where with novelists, or well, did he write novels or short stories? I need to get into Franz Kafka and listen to some audiobooks. Oh, and here's Liam's channel. Check that out. Thanks for Royer. And oh, hi, welcome to Shiny Hunter. I'm probably way behind in my reading messages. Hey, Carla. She says hello, Lorenzo and panelists. Carla is a really nice person, Carla, and she's got a koala in her name. I guess.
That's Carla. What's up, Carla?
And oh yeah, she's.
Oh, Mike Brown was
you
here.
know her from the
I
great.
missed him.
Yeah. And I said hi to Mike Brown earlier, but welcome if you're still or not. I guess you've been here a while in the chat if you're still around. So glad to see you. And just call me Hen. Oh, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Let's get on to more relevant things you guys usually talk about too. What's going on with this thing I'm seeing on Twitter where it's like the Batman cartoon and like people have switched the words to like, let's just say a very woke version or something, it seems like.
Oh, I heard about that
cartoon.
earlier. I'm gonna try to get catched up on the chat, but that was one of the things that I wanted to talk about today, and then I totally forgot about that. But yeah, it was old Serbian, more Russian influence until 1800, says Royer. Oh, that's interesting. So that's where and check out the Fish's link. And people are greeting each other. And I'm just,
I've been watching the stream for so long, I'm already like triple subscribed to everybody and I don't even realize sometimes. I'll click on their channel and I'm already subscribed.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, the folks, feel free not just only to subscribe to this channel, but to other people and in the chat. Now, if you say subbed and type that in there, the YouTube algorithm really hates that. It will punish my channel. I guess if somebody wants to like punish my channel,
Please
I
subscribe.
mean, it
Even just saying it, let's not talk about it.
But the thing, I mean, I can say subbed on here, I think. But if somebody types in chat, it might be better to just type like a word, just like done or something. So
Yeah, so what happened with the Batman cartoon? Is it just like
oh,
AI things, or is this actual people like hijacking other people's stuff? It seemed like fraudulent to me or
yeah,
something.
I'll try to pop up on the screen in a minute. I can screen share now that I've got my Chromebook back.
Oh, sweet.
I mean, backup running. Wasn't like it was gone. It's just I didn't have a power supply.
Erwin, the author, too. I've been talking back and forth with this guy quite a bit. He seems pretty educated, smart dude. You ever talk to him much, or?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get caught up in the chat.
Yeah.
So there's a linguistic discussion going on about the Slavic languages. And check out these links. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Russia had ruled a bunch of these Eastern, well, even Central European nations. Like, I'd consider Czechoslovakia and Poland to be Central Europe. Like, along with Germany, I consider that Central Europe. So that would make sense that there'd be a lot of Russian influence. But yeah, I'm trying to get caught up at Shin. And I mainly just I finally the part where I talked about women's music. Wow, I'm way behind. So I'm just gonna
It was very
quickly
just
highlight these.
only women's music. I'll put it that way. It's pretty funny. I could see them being offended that you're a guy too, if it was a group of women like that, and they're probably like, "Oh, you're trying to pose as one of us" or something. People get offended at little things like that from those groups, I guess.
And check out the links, please, that people are posting in the chat. Didn't mean to skip over that so soon. And hey, Will from the Creators Outlet, awesome guy. Oh, and Diana from Hero Shack Comics. She her husband Chris draws and I believe does most of the dialogue for the Hero Shack Comics, but she's an excellent like a proofreader, and we don't really have. We really could use some more of that in comics these days. At least that's what I hear from a lot of people. Just trying to. It looks like a lot of it's people greeting each other. I'll check out Tim Bergini's link. What was that a link to?
Just one of my random videos.
Okay, folks, check that out, please. Pop open a tab. Speaking of Bob Marley, there's a movie being released soon with his life story. Gosh, like just even covering all the like women he had kids with would probably take an hour. But yeah, just really just amazing stuff going way back to like it's got all that like doo-wop and like rhythm and blues and soul influence mixed in with like Jamaican styles of music, like probably like calypso and mento, and I'm trying to think of the kind of music that's done for like ceremonies. Is it like cumbia? Cumbia, or I can't think of what it's called, but there's a style of music that is both for like a West African style of religion, and then then there's this kind of a Christianized version, but it's still like might involve some spirit possession stuff.
Like
And,
Ethiopia
you know, it's
area?
called Revival.
Hmm.
And so, do you know about like say how that worked, how that happened with like say with say Santeria or or like Haitian Vodou, like it would be like Catholicism combined with uh like some saint would be lined up with an African deity, and it would kind of blend together into, and it'd be like we're just asking the saints to intercede on our behalf, but like really they were like worshiping these different gods or these different spirits that were like considered various spirits of the one
Heresy!
god.
That's heresy!
Yeah, it would have been considered heretical. Well, there was also something called that something also happened with like say
Oh,
some of the
Rastafari?
Baptist groups. Like there were these groups called like the Shouter Baptists. I believe they've got some West African influences thrown in there.
West African or East African? Because like I know Ethiopia, Djibouti, like all those countries on the East Coast are largely. Well, I guess yeah, it's only that area really that they're Christian, and like I guess a lot of like old Coptic type stuff
Oh
probably.
yeah, yeah, people the Rastas worship Haile Selassie, but um, some people will like and this is I don't want to offend any Rastas in the audience, but um Haile Selassie was a member of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and he ended up sending a bishop to set up um, Ethiopian Orthodox churches in the Caribbean. Now, some of the people combined worshiping Selassie with Orthodox Christianity, and they're known as Orthodox Rastas. I hope I'm getting this right. And there's other what they call houses of Rastafari. So, hey, good stuff. Welcome to the chat. I don't remember if I welcomed you. Sorry if I didn't. Oh, they're talking about lead paint and miniatures. Yeah, let's see. I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to get caught up with the chat. There are people who leave the chat if I don't read, you know, and I like reading the chat's messages. I also like talking to panelists, and it's really hard for me to get like,
Whereabouts are you at here? You at Diana Levitch? About yeah, Bob Marley here. Oh yeah, I guess lead paint would have been used. Well, they still use lead pieces for like all the RPG board games and stuff like that too. I find
oh,
that
they
kind of
do
fascinating.
still. Okay.
I think so. It might be like an alloy they're using, but like I was just recently in a hobby store with my girlfriend. She got bored as hell. I feel bad for taking her there, but I got so carried away looking at all these little lead miniature figures and stuff. They're just beautifully detailed. All the different RPG games they come out with nowadays. Like I had no idea there's such a community still. I thought it was like,
Oh, yeah. It's. I think there's a big renaissance.
yeah, man, it seems like it. Well, I think a lot of people are just getting sick of all the like same regurgitated video games basically coming out. Like,
Well, and the Wizards of the Coast have also gotten. I'm so sorry to keep interrupting.
no, that's all good.
They gotten like really politically correct or woke or whatever term you want to use. At least that's what a lot of people are saying. I don't know.
Like video games in general, or
No, I'm talking about say Wizard of the Coast has turned is talking about. I think they're talking about removing orcs from Dungeons and Dragons because they think orcs are black people. Which
in
which
Lord of the Rings they are.
I have human relatives. I don't talk about this much because
You have
humans are
human
kind of a
relatives?
scary topic for me. But we got human relatives, and some of them are of um, part African origin. You know, part African American, and like, so it's really offensive. Like when like black family members, and there's like people saying, well, these orcs, they're supposed to be black people, and we got to get rid of that. It's like that's not what the orcs or even based upon. Though it does sound like Tolkien was
Well,
influenced by race, and like, but you could have the same thing with George Lucas.
I
And
think
George Lucas was doing this a lot more recently,
he tried to
But
make them literally as dark as possible, not in the color sense at all. It's not a racially intended thing. It's just black is the most intimidating kind of thing based, and once again, not talking about colors, like all their
yeah,
clothing is black, everything is, you look at what's his name, Sauron, and yeah, it wouldn't make sense to have the white wizard Sauron. It makes sense to have the white wizard Gandalf, because yeah, it just makes sense.
yeah. Oh, and hey, Captain Cummings, I hope I didn't miss you.
I feel
And
like everything's just easily offensive nowadays. Look at Puff Daddy, where I don't know if he still has the parties, where literally his parties are called all white part or the white party or whatever, where you have to wear all white to attend Puff Daddy's party, and he's actually
wow.
kicked people out where if they even have like one piece of clothing that's like off color, he'll like, nope.
Is he Puff
Seriously.
Daddy or P Daddy, or is he
Who
like? Yeah,
cares?
he's probably got 8 different names by now because it was already confusing enough back in the day. So
Oh yeah, now it's just Diddy or something, I think.
oh, okay.
Let's just call him Diddler. It'll really piss him off.
Oh, and Diana says good night. Well, thanks for joining us, and
Like,
have a good night. Trying to get caught up.
I was gonna joke
Fish
though.
says thanks, Lorenzo.
I thought all your relatives would have been lizard people. Personally, I
Well,
didn't
that's the
expect
thing
anyone
is
else.
some have intermixed, and then and then some of them look really human. I don't quite understand. So I don't know. Like some of them, I'd swear were full-fledged human. So
That's
I don't know. That's how that's even possible.
it is kind of
Um,
funny there. Fish is saying all white clothes. It's crazy. I don't know. It's just I think it's like a kind of thing for wealthy people and like cleanliness. Like whoever's got the perfect white clothes with no stains, and if you get a stain, I'm gonna go buy a new shirt because I can afford it, kind of thing.
I think maybe the Ethiopian Orthodox. I think some of them might wear white. I think, and then like in Vodou, I think there might be some people dressed all white. I think. I mean, and I mean, I can't think. Yeah, maybe that's certain parts of Africa. Not that P Diddy's like from Africa or anything. He just might like white, but
2009 was the last time he threw one, apparently. But I don't know if you guys are interested. This is a GQ. I don't even know what that is, like a female
oh,
magazine or
it
something.
used to be called Gentleman's Quarterly.
That's it's just an article in this GQ thing here showing it.
Yeah.
He's got all these celebrities all around him, and everybody is invited as long as you're a wealthy celebrity. But actually, it's kind of funny, honestly, looking at this picture. It is literally all white people encircling him, and they're all wearing like fat
Can,
chains. And I can't recognize a single one of
can
these
you
people.
screen share that?
Oh, it's Paris Hilton. How do I
Fish 1999 says yes, the Brazilian religion. I can't remember what that religion's called.
present?
I've heard
Oh,
of that. And Cubans too. Yeah, there's there might be multiple religions, African-based religions in Cuba, but the one I'm most familiar with is typically called either the Orisha religion or more commonly known as Santeria. Hope I
can you
pronounced
guys
that
screen
close
share
enough
it?
as possible to the.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm screen sharing it. This is new to me.
Yeah, you are.
Look at this guy. He's like shiny white. He's like, I'm wearing the whitest of the white. It's like 10,000 thread count shirt he's wearing. It looks like, holy shit. Oh, look at
Yeah,
the phone. Look at the phone in his hand. Can you guys see my mouse and shit? Or is it
I
like you
can
guys can
zoom
just browse
in.
the page? I love his phone, man. That's like a totally 90s cell phone in his hand. A good old flip phone. I
Here we
swear
go.
that's like the same old like Nokia flip phone I had back in the day. Oh, and you're allowed to wear jewelry, of course, all gold and stuff. But even your shoes had to be all white. Oh, that's Al Sharpton. That's so funny.
Oh,
Al Sharpton's hanging out with Puff
that's
Daddy.
hilarious.
Oh, here's what's his name? Jonah Hill. And like all the shoes, everything has to be all white. Oh, Oh, Jay-Z got away with wearing that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man, he must have
It seems
privilege.
pretty controversial.
It's not all white. He must have got in an argument because I know Puff Daddy, seriously, he snapped on a lot of people. I think he even like pulled guns on a few people. Like, you're not wearing
Oh,
this.
no.
I'm not even
I'm
joking.
going to disavow that. But so, did I read this? So, Fish said that Brazilian religion and Cuban religions too are mixed with Christianity to hide their own religion in the 1600s and 1800s. The
I could see
odd Batman cartoon I was referred to. Yeah, that would be something. Trying to get caught up on the chat. I think I'm almost caught up. Yeah. Probably everybody left by now, but sorry, guys. He could tell you much, Lorenzo. Huh. Tim Tanks. Lorenzo, wait till you see my short film, Mandela. Well, that sounds really cool.
this party actually looks awesome, man. It looks like these guys have freaking blast there.
So
All these
Fish
wealthy athletes.
1999 only wears black.
Cool.
So that's the opposite. That's an anti P Diddy or something.
I only wear rainbow clothing. It has to be just straight
Huh.
rainbow pattern.
Well, there you go. That's
Russell Brand.
Oh wow. He actually looks good in white. I don't know. It kind of looks kind of snazzy. I don't to use an old school. I think that was my grandma would say is snazzy.
It's pretty tight ass pants.
Hey, Cap After Dark, welcome.
Who's this guy? I know this guy. Ed Lover. I don't know him. Never mind. He looks familiar.
Voodoo Friends from Cuba.
She's
all white.
She looks
okay. So I was right
cute.
about the all. So now we're coming around to stuff that's. I can't spell the Brazilian religion. Yes, Lorenzo, very close pronunciation. Santeria. I don't know if I think that's what it. But yeah, the Brazilian religion is called something else. And AI, the pal. He's not a man for me. I wonder if that's about P Diddy. And hey, DJ Ronnie G, welcome. And folks, the link's in the chat. The StreamYard link, it should be pinned. I can post it again if it's not. Ask 50 Cent about Puff Daddy. And hey, the dark conversation, welcome.
I can't find any.
All white is funny. Well, I don't know. It's kind of a funny requirement for like you're gonna like kick somebody out and maybe use like somebody potentially uses violence because they're not all white. That seems a bit extreme.
Puff Daddy is just a little bit of an aggressive person in general.
Yeah. I remember I'd be watching these music videos and like I'd like the rapper, and then all of a sudden P. Diddy would, for no reason at all, just show up in the middle of the video. Guess he was like the producer, but for no reason at all, he would just show up, and it seemed like it just kind of bummed me out. I guess I'm just not a big.
His music honestly sucked. Even his one of his most popular songs with Nas there. You can hate me now. Do 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 do. It's like. I don't know. I guess he's saying everyone's jealous of him and they hate him because he's got so much money or something. I never really thought of the point of that song.
I just didn't. Yeah, it was weird. So it's like I could be remembering wrong, but it seemed like back when MTV actually like would occasionally play a music video, they would like. Yeah, P. Diddy would like show up in the middle of these rap videos for no apparent reason. He would just show up and make a cameo. Maybe that it didn't happen as often as it, even once is too much for me, you know? Even if it was just one song where he just showed up and.
Yeah, he's always like, he didn't ever really fit in. Like, yo, I'm Diddy!
Hey, my sketchbook. Welcome.
Always had to be the prominent person no matter what.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Conservatarian. I get this. I've gotten this pronounced wrong before, and this is somebody who's been a regular in the chat. But you had brought some other stuff up earlier. I know you were talking about comics and like the Batman. It was like Batman, and was it Batman and one of the Robins
Yeah,
having
one
a
moment
conversation,
here.
or one of the Robins and
I'll screen share this thing here too.
and it was so weird that like it hadn't. Yeah, just it was one way, and then
This Vito guy, I don't know, like, I don't really follow drama much, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, is someone actually stealing someone's comic here with this Batman thing? Or is this an old retro comic or something where
can you
somebody
zoom in
is...
on that anymore? Can like if you open it? Okay, so
Oh, and this is shared by Dean Kane as well. Oh, he's saying no, thank you. Yeah, Dean Kane would say that.
oh, I so yeah, and that's fake dialogue. The you have the original one as well.
Yeah, it's right beside it here. So it says, I'll look for him. And it's totally different wording. So, like, I was just wondering who did this. And, like, I can just see on Twitter all the different animation guys are all, like, getting pissed off about it. And
Yeah, there was a fake controversy generated over. I mean, just
Eric July profits from fake narrative that he and his buddies are going to save comics from the happy people. I'll try not to get your channel in trouble here.
yeah. So I don't mind if somebody reads his comics. That's really none of my business, and if it makes people happy, that's great. But the thing is, it's kind of funny with Eric July that he spent years critiquing like mainstream comics, but if somebody goes and criticizes him, like he totally flips out. And some of his fans, it could be a tiny minority, because some of his customers are people who are perfectly reasonable people. Welcome, Master Gias.
Hello.
So there's this guy named Eric July that we were talking about, Gias, and the deal is with this guy is he was a commentator, YouTube commentator. He would complain about the mainstream comic books and mainstream movies and this, that, and the other thing. He was also a political commentator. He could dish it out, but then as soon as people started criticizing his comic that made $1 million, then suddenly it's like people are just the narrative is that these are his haters and they want him to fail and and all this stuff.
You just can't take criticism. It's not a good, like, you can't be a public influence if you don't expect to have some criticism. Like, even if you're the most positive person, there's always going to be somebody who's going
to and the more he'd flip out, the more fun it was to get him to flip out, and I can understand that, his fans disliking it, but it's like, well, especially some of the stuff I've written, but the thing is that, but like, one of the weird things is like, Eric, you just don't want to see the black man succeed. And it's like, and this is like something that gets like, I've heard a few times. Again, it's not probably not most of his fans, and it's not even most of the people responding to me or some other critics, but it's so weird that this guy, he's supposedly against like social justice and political correctness, and yet like the first thing his fans will do is say, you just don't like it because he's black and successful. That would be like me saying, I don't want my cousins to be successful because some of my cousins are black humans, and as I said earlier, I don't know, being a lizard, how that happened, but
my apologies.
they're family, and they can't help that they're humans.
So I'm wondering if he just had
You know?
like the one prominent comic that was successful, or has he had like multiple, or
Well, he's had two ISOM books, and now he has one called Alpha Core, but core is like maybe like spell like a core of an apple instead of like the Marine Corps.
oh,
So
CORP? Oh, so he
yeah,
misspelled
yeah.
it, or what?
Well,
Or
he
did he
said this
intend
was
to?
intentional, and of all his stuff, it's just that's probably like the least of the problems.
I was just gonna say, like, I can already kind of tell what's going on. This happens with a lot of people where they have like a limited amount of success, and then they go and blow all their money and invest it in their next thing they think is going to be successful. Or maybe he went and bought a Lamborghini or something stupid,
He
and
bought a
then now it's
Timbergate.
it's everybody else's fault. Basically, that's what I can kind of
Well,
see
what
happening.
started off happening was he said he was supposed to ship. People thought, I think people, the
So,
way it was presented was there was like some sort of pre-order. He was referring to it as a campaign, but it wasn't like a Kickstarter or Indiegogo or anything like that. It was his own website, which okay, that's cool. He cut out the middleman, and he was calling it a campaign. Okay, I don't know if that's really technically a campaign. It's not a crowdfunding campaign, but it's a pre-order. Okay, that's fine. But he went and he got this warehouse, and he would just like instead of shipping the books off for his ISOM 1 book, instead of just shipping them out like in the order that people ordered, he made it seems like he waited and then like and maybe waited a month or two and then like shipped them all off all at once for some reason. So but he'd have these updates from his warehouse, and like my friend Stu was like teasing him about like, okay, so he's just joking that like Eric was just like moving like because the guy was just this Eric July guy was just videotaping his warehouse, and the joke was that Stu had was they were just moving like a pile of books from one part of the warehouse to another back and forth, and then just photographing it. There was probably more going on than that.
hmm.
But the thing is, I don't know if it came with if he was waiting for some stuff to show up, if there was like a book that he like and a poster or what, or why he was waiting to ship some of the books out. So, but early on there was criticism like that, because the cool thing was the book was finished ahead of time. And unlike a lot of these crowdfunded books, you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to put your money, into crowdfunding something and then wait potentially like 3 years for the book to show up. The book was supposed to be ready to ship out. But the problem with this is ISOM 1 book was it just, he didn't like immediately ship it out. And then,
This
and
guy
so,
seems
and he couldn't take criticism when people were criticizing him for that. And so, and he would start making these like cope videos and cope streams and stuff, and he would be flipping out on people on Twitter, and so people just
Coca-Cola
started
or other Coke?
cope,
Oh,
cope
cope, like
stream.
coping.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
you were saying Coke. Sorry. Okay, good thing we clarified that. So, like, he was like trying to like, what do you mean by cope? Like, he was trying to counsel other people? Like, what do you mean?
Well, he was just trying to. Basically, he was just a cope stream or cope video. That's when somebody gets criticized. Oh, I forget you. You don't know all this like these drama terms. I wish I didn't know them myself. But somebody gets criticized, and so they make a video just like trying to
Excusing.
like rationalize their behavior. Yeah, like even if it's just like something where it's like, oh, I goofed. I mean, they could just say, oh, I goofed on this, or but instead, like the person just goes and makes Like,
Instead of apologizing and saying, please forgive me, they make a bunch
well, he wasn't, but like a cope stream is trying to justify, like their actions, somebody's actions.
I
You know,
gotcha.
like, and go and like, so he make these videos there. He's like berating his critics, and
You don't really get very far doing that, man. That's for sure. Like
yeah,
you're gonna have to disappear for a while and then
yeah,
come back.
it's
Something
kind of,
like,
and he's on his third book now. But like, I don't know which of the ISOM books, but they used a lot of 3D models, but they weren't. And I know a lot of people like Daniel, who's often on the show. He does some stuff with 3D models. I don't have a problem with it. The thing is it being done well, or not? It was just like, so some of these ISOM books, I don't know if it was issue 1 or 2 or both, had like, just, it was mainly just these pre-rendered models, and they weren't, and some people do a really good job with.
who is
So,
sorry to change the topic. I was just wondering, do you know Erwin, the author, this guy? I've been talking to him a bit back and forth on Twitter. He seems like a pretty educated dude. Weakness, Asian butt. I don't know. He seems like a pretty funny guy. He's very politically incorrect, I guess you could say too. But he seems to be very involved, just criticizing the Eric July guy and stuff. I figured you would have maybe spoken to him before.
what's his name?
Erwin the author on Twitter here. I don't know. Seems like a
Yeah,
pretty.
send me the link. I'll check it out. Yeah, Copenhagen. He was dipping. I'm not quite sure what that means, but so yeah. This so like, it's just the problem was that it looked, to me, the book looked kind of, whatever book I was looking at images from. I don't know if it was ISOM 1 or ISOM 2. Looks very generic.
I was
Another
watching. I was watching you
with
talking earlier with Rex there. Shadow. Sorry to cut you off, Lorenzo.
well, I was just saying, with the 3D models, that was what I was getting at. It just, so once he did, I don't know if it was ISOM. So ISOM 1, I know, had kind of, what people were saying was kind of some people were saying it was kind of a mediocre story, and it didn't really explain much, didn't really say what this guy is, a superhero, but it didn't quite explain his powers. And it sounded like the guy just kind of went around and he beat people up because people disrespected him. And this guy was supposedly the hero. And like, he just would like, I think he actually took ISOM actually took this woman and like threw him into a guy, and then that accident, like, that's what killed her. And so he had ended up like going off and becoming a farmer. And then he had to, but the ISOM 1 was like, okay, I'm coming out of retirement, or not retirement. Okay. Eric claims the guy wasn't retired, ISOM, but he went from being a farmer to, he had to go back into the city which apparently was off in the countryside farming, and he had to go back into the city to do a favor for like a friend or a relative or something. Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Just trying to get
This Ronnie G guy, I've seen him a couple times on
he's great.
Yeah, man. I don't think I've been in a stream yet where he's been on the panel, but he definitely has made your show pretty interesting a few times. He's really got me listening. That's good to have informed people.
Yeah. Oh, NGL people. I'm trying to think what that means. People criticizing my comic art style as being subpar, or it puts me in bum mood to where I start over criticizing my comic drawing and feel unmotivated for it, but I wouldn't lash out at people for it. Yeah, that was just kind of the weird thing. Is just the lashing out part was, I prefer old school drawings over 3D models. I think all sorts. I think a lot of these tools have their places in comics. It's sometimes a 2D drawing and 3D. Adding some 3D to a 2D drawing can really make it can really kind of make something stick out. It's
Like Ren and Stimpy.
did they do that?
Oh man, they would have the cartoon going, and then all of a sudden there would be like these like trippy ass like still
Oh.
shots where I don't know how to explain it.
I'd like to rewatch it. I wonder if I can watch it on Hulu or if it's online somewhere. Well, I'm sure it's online somewhere. But
Fuck, that show was hilarious, man. Log, everybody wants a log or something like that. It's like all these little kids just playing with logs. I don't know why it's so fucking funny.
Later on, I ended up watching. So I don't think I caught as much Ren and Stimpy as I did Rocco's Modern Life, and that was pretty trippy as well.
Never really got into that one. Ren and Stimpy was just something I grew up with. Ren and Stimpy, Beavis and Butthead.
Oh yeah, Beavis and Butthead. I watched a lot of episodes of that.
Johnny Bravo, The Tick. The Tick was funny.
Yeah, I don't know how long The Tick lasted. I'd like to rewatch that.
I think it came back though. It made a comeback for a bit. I want to say. I heard they're gonna make a Johnny Bravo movie or something like that. Is that true?
I'm not sure. Kias, are you into any of this? He Shed Hawk Talks.
Johnny Bravo movie? I haven't heard anything about that.
Oh, I better find out.
Oh, folks, feel free to pop open a tab, and if you want to watch Vic King, he's live. That's what Keely says. And Shadowhawk, great to see you. So I believe the link, the StreamYard link, is in the chat.
Okay, there's apparently is a planned film.
Johnny Bravo goes to Bollywood.
Oh wait,
there's a plan.
The film was announced in October of 2022.
Oh,
it's over 20 years ago. I don't think it's going anywhere.
Okay. Fascinating farmer story, Lorenzo. Yeah, Isom. Nobody knows for sure why it's all caps. And this guy ended up getting sued by the International School of Ministries.
Dwayne the Rock
over the Isom because it looks like and could have just done like capital I and the rest lowercase and not gotten in trouble. Pretty sure. Because Isom's like a biblical name. Those still gross shots were actually painted cells. Wonder what that's. Curious what Shadowhawk is referring to. The dark, if you like it, stick to it, don't change. Happened to me, and I ruined great work trying to please others. Oh, I see. The dark is the person Fish is talking to. Yeah, it happened to me, and I ruined great work trying to please others. I lost my originals and told me the new stuff was awful. Wow. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, Rocco's Modern Life. And welcome, Jack Stafford. Adam's Family, never heard of the Tick. That's not sure how Adam's Family and the Tick relate, but that's interesting. Maybe Fish is saying she heard of Adam's Family, but not the Tick. As far as Americans, I think Fish lives somewhere in Scandinavia, so. And good to see you again, Han, and was in the chat earlier. Eric July is an idiot, says Shadowhawk. He comes across as one. And I got to point out my co-panelists really don't. I don't think either of you got. I don't think Giaz has ever heard of Eric July.
I have not.
And it sounds like you, huh?
I have not.
And it sounds like Tim Reganey, you seem just kind of trying to figure out what's going on with it.
Yeah, I'm kind of investigating. I guess you could say. Well,
Yeah,
it
it's
seemed like something fraudulent or something. When I was reading through the Twitter comments, one guy's like, "Oh, it seems more like liable or something like that."
oh, you're talking about the Batman thing that
Because
where it
they
was like,
switched the wording and stuff, and then I don't know
yeah,
how it got associated with the Eric July guy and stuff.
I remember. I think that was something I saw on Twitter, and I mean, maybe a while back, and just figured it was okay. This is the dialogue of the Batman comic that one of the Robins was talking about being bi, but the because that does, they do there are quite a few L. I don't even know the full acronym, but I'll say queer in a respectful manner characters in comic books. You see, I'm not using that as a slur, but I find that an easier term to use than to try to remember LGBTQ plus. And there's a Canadian variant which has like two spirits in there and all sorts that I can never remember. So, have you heard about that, Tim Reganey? That there's one with have you seen like there's like a super long acronym that
My girlfriend.
I only see it from Canada though. I mean,
Acronym? I don't know. Just gay. Like I don't think that's really offensive. They call themselves the gay community and everything else.
People who are I guess there's a couple different things. People,
LGQPTZ.
yeah, there's a bunch of letters, and it's like I don't think. I think it would be very confusing. I think it would be I don't even know if like say somebody's gay. I don't even know if like there doesn't seem to be any agreement on the abbreviation. So it would be like it,
GAY? Abbreviation?
there we go. Well, some of it has to do with orientation, and the other has to do with gender identity. And so I guess it's people who have alternative, I want to say, orientations and gender identities. And that's awkward to say too.
You said different. I don't know. First thing that popped in my head is lizard people.
Here we go.
It's related to what your channel's about, I guess. I don't know. Oh no, I'm not calling you gay. Don't worry. I guess that could sound bad. I better just shut my mouth now.
Let's see. I don't know.
Can you guys see Johnny Bravo here on the screen? Or I don't know if it's sharing properly for everyone.
Oh, is that Johnny Bravo? Oh, I see, with the rock. So that was something that
back in 2002 as I'm sorry, what's the name of the other gentleman in our panel right now? I can't see his name on the stream here. Diaz.
And I don't even know, or is it Gias? I don't know. Wait, how do you pronounce it?
Gias.
Okay. And there's an anime or manga or both?
Don't ask me to say help.
Mr. Gias? Is it an anime or?
Well, there's an anime based on the Irish word gias, meaning to prohibit.
Oh, that's an awesome term. But ahoy, Jack Stafford. I think I said hi to you earlier.
Oh, Jack's here? Where? I don't see him.
I'll highlight him.
Captain Jack.
So, no, he's saying Eric July is an idiot. Somewhere down there, starts in 3 days. Mandela Sci-Fi I can't pronounce it. I'm so sorry. You keep putting it in the chat, but I can't. So maybe that's Fish's other account. I thought maybe your Fish was, because I knew Fish had said before in here, and I'm not doxing that.
Mandela Sci-Fi Conservatarian? What's up?
Yeah. So that will. So apparently, in 3 days, there's going to be a documentary about that Fish made about Nelson Mandela. Please correct me if I got that wrong. Fish. Oh, and hey, Isaac, I liked Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh, just so you guys
Welcome,
get
Brandon Looney Tunes.
That one's fast. It only took about a second or so.
this is what I was talking about with the Ren and Stimpy stuff too. I don't know if you guys can see this, but like this is the they
That
have
one
these trippy
user,
ass.
that one user never came. That Wi-Fi user.
Oh yeah, yeah. He apologized, and he's like, "Tell Brandon sorry." I'm trying to remember why he couldn't make it.
This is what I was talking about with Ren and Stimpy. Like typically the cartoon looked like these shots basically. It was like just traditional kind of 2D style animation, but then every once in a while they'd have these trippy like frozen cuts like in the middle of the cartoon. I don't know. Made it really trippy.
The Rock is as Johnny Bravo seems weird. It's Captain Cummings or Philip Cummings. Is he?
Well, it wouldn't work nowadays because The Rock has gone pretty woke, and I think he's lost a lot of his fan base, especially since all the stuff he pulled off in Hawaii with Oprah there.
I didn't hear about that. It just doesn't make any sense as Orphish. It's okay. So here we go. I don't think Eric July is an idiot, but he definitely seems to have a sensitive ego with all this, while also denying it. Yeah. And there was some weird stuff, like people found like this like old like stuff where he's wearing a cowboy hat and he's rapping, and then there was this movie, and I can't even say the first word. I probably shouldn't say it online, but it's a word in the UK that means cigarette.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the F word. That's the real F word
I'll just
nowadays.
say fig. Like
you can say
like
fuck all you want
tree.
in anything, but if you say
But,
that F word, you're
I don't
going to
want
get
to say the F
canceled.
word. Let's say
It's your channel Triple X.
Yeah, fig bog. No, it's not fig, but that's what. And it was a lesbian woman who made that. Who made that? Made a documentary, and then there was a second documentary of the same name. Well, Eric July, who's always saying things against like this and that is gay, this is gay. Oh, it turns out that like he did the soundtrack for that documentary.
I just heard
Fig bug. I mean, just again, it's not fig, but I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying that there's never been words said on here before on my streams that I'm just not going to. Just don't want to say it this week.
Speaking of bugs, did you hear we're having a double brood of cicada this year?
Oh,
What's
interesting.
that?
So they only come up, what is it, every 11 or 7 or 17 years or something?
There's a breed of cicadas that come out every 13 years, and another breed of cicadas that come out every 17 years. And this every 221 years they come out in the same year.
Oh, so it's going to be both coming out.
Yes, this is the first time it's happened since 1801.
Wait,
Or
so this is a
1803.
real life event?
That's
Yeah,
really
this is a
interesting.
rare double brood event.
It's actually interesting because this year as well, I don't know if you could say it's correlated in any way, shape, or form, but we're having all the main nations in the world are having elections this year for the countries, basically. The top 50 wealthiest nations in the world, basically, are all having elections.
Maybe they worship bugs.
It's just a weird fucking year. A weird chain of events going on this year. 2024 is going to be a real interesting one. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out with these bugs. Do they use like the Mayan calendar, or what? How do they keep track of all this stuff? How do they keep track of when?
I think the Mayan calendar would have had them come out in 2012. That was 12 years ago.
Don't ask me how to say LBT. Yeah, I can't even.
Well, the Mayan calendar is only accurate up till 2012, I think, isn't it? Because that's
Oh,
kind of
that's yeah.
right?
I thought is it one that kind of starts over or something after a point?
I think it's a 3,000 year cycle on the Mayan calendar or something like that.
I thought they
Which
just
I was gonna
didn't
say is
plan out
maybe
this far
cyclical.
ahead.
Yeah, they didn't plan that far, basically. So that's why many people were theorizing the world was going to end in 2012. There's that stupid 2012 movie and everything. It was all based off of the Mayan calendar.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, whereas it's like the computers only having 2-digit years.
Yeah, and I guess there's going to be a
Y2K.
sequel to Y2K, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. But there's because some of the things, one of the things that people use as like a fix, I think might only be like a short-term thing, but might be a while off. I don't want people to panic. And anything we say that's controversial takes place solely in Minecraft. Or, well, okay, not Minecraft, the Land of the Lost. There we go. In the Land of the Lost, there's going
On
to be
Twitter. I'll say it's all on Twitter.
There you go. Yeah, well, a lot of that's bullshit too over there.
Yeah, hey, I love the community notes. Holy shit, what that guy's doing, man, what I was telling you about, that is crazy. Let's not even talk about it on here, but I can't believe that, to be honest with you. That is a real eye-opener, that one. Holy
Oh, that's
shit.
not Brother Gaius or Gaius. That's Gias? Gias? I said that right. Just nickname me Darkcon. That's easier. Oh, okay. I only on this channel today. It is sci-fi short movie Mandela sci-fi. Huh. And check out Brandon's channel, Brandon Looney Tunes. So that was the deal. I got confused earlier with the previous panelist, and I think I confused him with Brandon. There was a panelist on earlier. I think the panelist on earlier, Mahmoud, might have a gaming stream. Do you remember what he said he did? Anyone remember? Tim, do you remember?
Sorry, nature's calling. What are you saying?
Do you remember what that guy earlier, Mahmoud, said he did for a channel?
He disappeared all of a sudden. He was asking us, or he was asking you
Oh,
specifically
yeah.
if we have any other jobs we do, but I'm not sure. Where did he come from? Where did he go?
Oh,
God,
yeah.
no.
And then Brandon was on and dropped out. But that sort of thing happens on this kind of stream, you know. Never know what's going to happen on the Sleestakians variety show. We do tend to have variety. That's what I was saying about Ren and Stimpy, the really gross stills. Oh, okay. Now it looks like I'm behind again on stuff. I didn't know that about Rock and Oprah stuff. Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about that either. Bundle of Sticks bug. Yeah. So Eric July did the music for. First, he threatened to Marilyn. Apparently, I heard he made it. First, Eric, this was several years ago, made a threatening tweet about the fig bug. I'll just say, like, and then he just, like, ended up meeting up with the woman, and what he claimed was that at first he thought that it was insulting towards gay people, and then he found out that it was pro-gay, and then he's like, if you think he said at first he was going to key the car because it was this rainbow VW bug, but it said that F word and bug on there, and so
The fuck bug?
yeah, he's claiming that he thought it was anti-gay. And then it turned out, then it turned out that it was pro-gay, and so I think that might have been like his explanation as to why he had made some threatening tweets allegedly in Land of the Lost, I'll say, or Minecraft, but it's so weird though that like this guy who's so against political correctness ended up doing like the soundtrack to this documentary about this woman who went around in her rainbow colored VW bug with F slur bug painted on there. Oh, welcome, Orfish.
Hey,
Oh,
it's been a while since I caught one of your
Power
streams,
Ranger.
so
Popeye 8 full-length episodes is very funny, Brandon. So
Philip,
this-
my mic
Philip
sounds
says
okay,
somehow
right?
Hillary Clinton becomes president.
yeah,
Countries.
I think I
There's so
got
much.
confused. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, we're only two primaries in, and she could jump in at any point.
Nikki Haley's the new fucking Hillary Clinton. She's taken over for the Democrats, I think.
I
Fair
don't
enough.
even really know much about her. He was
Uh,
so mad about a bundle of sticks bug vehicle that he wanted to flip the table and fight the people.
Military industrial complex. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, imagine like going from like making threats about like, and then all of a sudden you're doing the soundtrack for. And so that's the Eric July guy
For
though.
what? Oh, for their
For the bundle of sticks bug, if you get what I'm saying.
Oh,
Slur bug.
so he made a song about not liking this beetle, or
No. First I think he made some tweets that were kind of threatening sounding, or they sound like slurs or whatever, and then he ended up saying, "Oh no, I just thought that this was anti-gay, and that's why I was upset." And so he ended up doing some of the music for the soundtrack to this documentary about this woman. From what I've heard, this woman, I haven't seen either. There's two documentaries, and he made music for one of them. But what I heard about it was for the second documentary. What I heard is there was this lesbian woman, and someone put the F slur, keyed it onto the side of her car or something like that. And so she just went around town. She just left it on there and went around town with it, just making people uncomfortable. And then she ended up putting rainbow colors on the side of her car, and then like probably made people even more uncomfortable touring around with that bug, the VW bug or beetle or whatever. So, and Eric July went and he made let's see, and then when he found out it was pro-gay, he made a song for the film. Okay, so that's what Captain Cummings or Philip Cummings is saying. I know him as Captain Cummings because he was one of the early Comicsgate guys before it like turned into like a changed and became more of a indie creator network with a bunch of people who used to work in the industry who in their books make the most money, of course. And he ended up just going off and doing something else. So what do you have on the screen?
This is Seth Rich, just because Buddy mentioned Hillary
okay.
Clinton and all the suiciding things. So the Seth Rich guy, it's an interesting thing if you really want to look it up. I was just finding it interesting that his murder apparently happened right at 4:20 a.m. That's kind of an interesting
Wow.
time in my mind.
That's a weird
Nothing
thing.
nothing to
I
joke
haven't
about
read
at
this in
all.
a while, but like, what was the cause of death?
Well,
Well,
initially, it was ruled a suicide, but now it's been changed to attempted robbery, and it happened like really well. The big thing that it is the big thing everyone needs to know is he was the leak to WikiLeaks for her emails and everything, and then all of a sudden he's
Oh,
murdered in a park. So yeah, it's kind of putting two and two together. You don't really have to think much about it. And so there's a going trend basically where if you fuck with the Clintons, basically you'll be so-called suicided. Where
in the land of the lost.
yeah, of course, on Twitter or wherever.
We're not talking. We're just talking hypothetically.
4:20.
Speaking hypodermically.
wait, didn't his family like sue a few news outlets that reported this?
Remember, you guys ever watch?
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy around it, and then I don't know. It's hard to really see the truth on this one, to be honest with you. Like me personally, because there's just so much politics and so many things, and a lot of people would be scared to even talk about it. I think the family would be scared. There's another guy just recently He was another advisor of theirs allegedly, and he was found shot in the chest and the head, I believe. And then the shotgun was found like 50 feet away in the grass on
You
his
guys hear me?
property.
That was weird.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I ended up losing my internet connection briefly.
Oh, we're just
Which
being tapped right
absolutely
Didn't
now.
has
go away
nothing
on
to do with
on
the
our side.
Hillary and Bill Clinton, blessed be thy name, names.
Yeah, not funny, Fish. Not funny,
Yeah,
Fish. But it's a
they're
joke.
everybody should like just go out and like.
Oh, the Rock and Oprah stuff. We can go back to that. That's something we
I
can
know.
openly talk about, I feel like. So the Rock and Oprah basically were raising money for, what is it, Maui? They just had the wildfires there. And it's just crazy. They got a lot of flack for it, I guess you could say, because they're such wealthy people, some of the most wealthy celebrities, and then they're out there asking for money from everybody to donate to this. And it's like, we're not going to hand money to multimillionaires so that you guys can then distribute it. Basically, it's kind of,
Bill Gates needs more money.
yeah, exactly. It's like, so they've
Millennial lost.
really, The Rock has taken a lot of flack, I guess you could say that. Basically, here, even on Vanity Fair, he says, here, I'll show, I don't even care about Vanity
when was
Fair.
this article written?
Oh, this is just recently. Just here, I'll show you.
So you were talking about all those different countries where
Oops.
they're going to have elections, and Captain Cummings said somehow Hillary Clinton becomes president of all 50 countries, and the NWO starts.
October 8th, 2023. So it says, facing backlash over his partnership with Oprah for a Hawaiian Wildfire Survivors Fund, Dwayne Johnson tells fans he could have been better. And even just saying that kind of got him in trouble, I feel like, because then everyone's like, huh, even he knows. Basically, they weren't being very smart with their announcement there. So,
Yeah, this happens in comics too. People will have these really successful comic book campaigns, but then they'll have like they'll decide they want to sue someone over something, and then they'll like ask for a bunch more money. They'll have a GoFundMe.
yeah, help me fight my lawsuit that I
Yeah,
put on
yeah,
myself.
yeah. It's happened at least a couple times, if not more. With there's Comicsgate adjacent. What do they call it? The Iron Age. There's all these terms being used, and it could be just used interchangeably too. Like even anti-Comicsgate, like somebody could be called Comicsgate one day. The same day, somebody could be labeled Comicsgate and anti-Comicsgate. Like I could be labeled both, like simultaneously in the same conversation by two different people. Or even by the same person. I don't know. I mean, that's just how absurd things have gotten. I don't.
Oh, and here's one of the
currently find these.
craziest things too.
Okay.
Sorry to cut you off about this whole thing. Basically, they both have properties there, and it turns out Oprah had her own like personal fire crew on standby on her property and everything during it. So it's like just major double standards, I guess you could say. There's people who are actually suffering while clearly they're not suffering. Let's just say that.
Did that take away taxpayers' money from Maui? Like when you said like personal fire department there.
And that's the thing that's interesting. I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
just
it's a
learned that
personal
like
fire
a
squad because
week ago. So
if they're on her personal payroll, she's probably paying for them out of her own pocket and not
but
taxpayers.
Yeah. That's what I guess.
nobody really has that though. That's the thing. So I'm
Yeah,
assuming
that's
she
that's
must
what I
have
was wondering.
paid some
She
local
could-
fire guys just to hang around or something.
She's so mega rich that she could. Yeah, she could just hire like.
What is her net worth?
She could have her own. Like some. I don't know if it was like MGM Studios, but like they had their own town. I mean, Oprah's. They might have had like their own place and fire department and everything. Oprah's rich enough that maybe she's like the richest woman in the world, I believe, or she was. So maybe she's rich enough just to have her own personal fire department, which is. But you mentioned the how many elections were going on?
50
there's a lot. You can
elections
pull
this
up the
year.
Wikipedia
Okay,
page on it.
Captain
And-
Cummings Captain Cummings said somehow Hillary becomes president of all 50 countries and the NWO starts. And I'm going to add in the land of the lost, just to be on the
Yeah,
safe
there,
side.
there there are elections. You can pull up the Wikipedia page for it. List of
here, I'll show
elections in
you here.
2024.
Yeah, Timber Green was talking about that, and that was what Kevin Cummings was responding
Yeah,
to.
there's
it is
Finland's
on
having their
Wikipedia.
presidential election in 3 days.
And it's
Yeah,
basically-
World War is going to end in 1999. Was that? Oh, was that the Mayan calendar?
So, oh yeah, the Mayan calendar. I'll pull that up in a second here. So let's just see. It's
Yeah.
basically like every main country in Africa almost. Holy shit! Even South Africa. Is there Ethiopia on here? Probably not, because they just came out of civil war recently. We got Canada.
Wait, are they? Wait,
US,
wait.
of
Did the
course.
Civil War end?
It's horrible. You know, it's crazy. It wasn't even on the news. A lot of people don't know. In the Tigray War, there over 600,000 people died in a 2-week battle. Basically, it's not even on the news at all. It was all eclipsed by all the bullshit going on in Ukraine because it's all about money nowadays, basically. But
wasn't the Tigray? Didn't they have the ethnic group? Didn't they have a political party that was like kind of dominating the country, and then like
there's multiple parties
they
involved,
lost
and then a lot
power,
of
and
them
then
are backed by other countries. Like Turkey is funding one of the people involved. Israel's sending support to one of the groups involved. Of course, Ethiopia is trying to fight its own battles internally. Egypt is heavily involved, and it's largely because of this dam that they've been building in Ethiopia.
that's why it happened, because it's caused a division.
It's
There's
it's the headwaters of the Nile, basically. So
now there's this self-proclaimed Tigray Orthodox Church. I think it's even in the U.S. Like it's like a breakaway from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
Germany.
It looks Ethiopian Orthodox, but they call themselves Tigray Orthodox.
It's interesting that a lot of the countries are having it in the middle of the year too, in June.
Yeah, India has one coming up.
Yeah, I saw India on the list here too. So it's like all the leading economies in the world, basically. China has now made it indefinite. They don't have a term limit for their leaders now. It used to be every 10 years they would have an election, but
you mean like the whatever
CCP? Yeah, they would elect a different leader. They wouldn't elect a different party. Yeah,
so
right.
Yeah, whatever party.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's always the same party, of course, CCP, but they would change leaders or whatever.
So Fish said, "I wish Hillary would be president." That's an interesting comment.
I think they're being sarcastic, but maybe I don't know. That's whatever you like.
Me, I would
maybe they find him attractive or something. I don't know.
I watched about 10 or 15 minutes of the film. I think that's the F bug. Haha, funny, but not funny. Oi, now I understand. I didn't know about the wiki, man. Huh. We hear Lorenzo, you
I never even knew there's a
tapped
country
by
in
the
North
Clintons.
Macedonia.
What the rich was begging for money? What the heck? Oh, the Oprah and the Rock thing. That is a wicked of the Rock and Oprah. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Rich companies in the early 1900s had their own money because the U.S. could mint enough money, could or couldn't mint enough money coins. Hey, Space Force Gaming. Space Force Gaming. Space is fighting domain, just like the land, air, and sea. Oh, yeah, we've got we first had U.S. Space Command, and now we got Space Force.
Holy
so
shit!
I'm not sure what they're doing these days, but
oh, have you seen this commander of the Space Force?
No,
I haven't.
I really just watched Space Force on Netflix. That was funny.
Oh man, there
was a comic book by Tim Lim and can't remember who worked on him with that, but Tim Lim was the artist, and it was called Trump's Space Force, and it was pretty sure Tim's a Trump supporter, but he had a lot of like kind of tongue in cheek, did some tongue in cheek kind of comic books about Trump for a while, and then now he's doing Common America, which is
Oh, you're talking about a
say
different.
less political, but was the other stuff was just kind of like kind of satirical parody. I always get those confused. We are actually doing a tremendous amount of work in space as Space Force Gaming. That's good to hear. They recently discovered water on the south pole of the moon. I heard that there was. I thought that there was. Was it Mars where they found? Oh, did they find a few years ago some sort of microscopic life form, like the frozen in the ice or something? I keep trying to remember because I know they had like the Martian rover.
There's many types of bacteria they found, even on a comet. It's very hard to observe these things. You have to send out something and actually directly observe it. But there's actually a comet a while ago where they could tell as it was rotating, as it would face the sun and ice would melt, it was actually developing like algae on one side, basically. So there's definitely some sort of bacteria even on this comet. So it's hard to really determine how much bacteria there are out there and how much, as complicated as it may sound, a lot of things might be not even visible to us. Like most of space is only visible in different spectrums of infrared and different spectrums of light, basically, and we can't even see it with our open eyes. So that's why there's so many different types of telescopes, radio telescopes, optical telescopes, and then all the different infrared optical telescopes,
Kind of
basically.
like Geordi's visor on Star Trek Next Generation.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how smart a lot of the creators are and were of like Star Trek and
Yeah,
Star Wars and stuff like that. Because
yeah. I
I'm not sure if I shared this on the screen before, but basically this is about
oh yeah.
Oprah and her private firefighters. So it says private team of firefighters, and she had over 2,000 acres, or she has over 2,000 acres of land there. And with over 2,000 acres, you'd think that her house would be safe. Like there's not even any trees around it from this image I'm seeing, but
I love space. I get spaced out. That's a good one. But and of course, please check out um, Station Mandela
so
promoting the youth. I don't know what that's all about, but people can check that out. I'm definitely going to check that out. I
well,
like
here's
1999 content.
Here's something you'll find really interesting, that I find really interesting personally. Almost all like deep space research over the last couple decades, believe it or not, a lot of the funding was all through foundations that Jeffrey Epstein oversaw. I'm not even
Oh,
joking, and it's crazy how it's all so connected. And if you weren't in their inner circle and you didn't believe in black holes and dark matter and all this shit they've made up the last while, basically you're not a scientist anymore. So it's
well, he
it's
was
pretty interesting, the
really.
bias in it all and how it's all funded by money and being in the inner circle there, especially Stephen Hawking and all that stuff. So
There was some article that about how he
Eric Weinstein
was
knows a lot
supposedly
about it.
into like what was it, like eugenics or something? Like he was trying to breed some super race of people or something.
There's a lot of stuff. It's very complicated. We
But I
could
don't
talk
know if
about it
that's
all
true.
day. But Jeffrey Epstein is a very interesting guy because, once again, they're all from Jewish heritage. Ghislaine Maxwell, her father, Robert Maxwell, was actually a Mossad operative. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but it's actually public info.
You're talking about Minecraft
When he had his funeral,
in the land of the lost.
it was back in the land of the lost in the Middle East
It's the
there,
time Assad
and
was
it
on
was
the land of the lost.
all politicians from that
Yeah,
particular
most people
country
haven't seen
attended
that
his
episode of the
funeral.
Land of the Lost.
So here's Robert Maxwell, if you're interested. This is Ghislaine, whatever you want to say her name, her father. There she is right there sitting beside him. And he was a massive media mogul. I don't think they ever recovered his body, but he went out on a cruise with a bunch of other
Yeah,
very wealthy people.
I'm
And he
starting to get a little
supposedly
nervous about these topics.
yeah, I don't know. It's all public info. Everyone knows about it. It's very
Yeah,
spoken about. And then here's like the Wikipedia article on him if you guys are interested. But he's the key guy to the whole picture, and he is honestly the reason why everything happened with those people, I guess you could say, basically. So very dirty stuff. Oh, I'm not screen sharing it. Oh, there you go.
So One thing that it's like all the stuff in the world with like, and it's like in politics and current events, it's so messed up. It's hard to sort things out and whatnot. One of the things I've been getting interested in is like culture, like and a lot of culture, like what's presented as being culture is really just like a corporate pop culture, and that's fine. There's some McDonald's memes or whatever. I'll retweet them, but the thing is, there's a lot more to our to different cultures than just like these big multinational corporations. And so
There's something about being informed there. Space Force Gaming. I don't know if you ever look at your surroundings around you at all, but this is all public knowledge once again. I'll say it right out now out loud. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
In Minecraft.
Yeah, in Minecraft.
there we go. Yeah. He was
your
very
conspiracy
successful
theory.
at never killing himself in Minecraft. But Stavrakania complete spaz sounds like a QAnon conspiracy nut, laugh out loud.
It's so funny, this QAnon thing. And then even the whole mega thing is so retarded. It bugs me so much how it's turned into, like, do people not even remember what it means? Like, make this land of the lost great again? Like, oh my god. How is that perceived as a negative thing? It's so funny how things have been so twisted.
Well, that was actually Bill Clinton had used that phrase, and has had
Every politician.
Ronald Reagan used that phrase.
Yeah, Reagan used it. I think
Yeah.
Bill Clinton. It was the it's the economy, stupid.
Well, and Clinton did use that. I don't know if it was in his inaugural address, but I've heard him use it before. Unless it turned out it was something that was just like AI, but I'm pretty sure it was something that it wasn't that controversial of a phrase before.
Is that going to be the new excuse for everything? It was AI. Is that
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be that's what. Maybe that's what they're going to claim about like Jeffrey Epstein. That was all just AI.
Yeah, well, they made the
In
cameras
Minecraft.
turn off and all the prison guards fall asleep, basically.
That whole island existed in Minecraft.
Yeah, with the
Somebody
synagogue
might
built
have
on
made
top of
one
it.
one of those Epstein Islands in Minecraft. For all I know, I sure hope they didn't, but I'm saying it's a possibility. The truth about culture, Lorenzo, culture is seen in hair, food, clothing, music, and dance. Well, so that's the thing, and that's one of the things that like I actually enjoyed like talking about a lot more than this, like because like I got a close family member in the hospital right now, so I'm
Yeah,
already
that's like
kind of stressed out and just
Sorry to
got
hear
back
that.
from the hospital, so I went grocery shopping after that, but-
animation.
So, but I think that there's like some like alternate. I mean, I think the best we can do is just like try to like hold on to our like the good aspects of our traditions, and continue to come up with like new traditions and new, same thing with culture. Keep the best stuff of it, like maybe don't keep the part about like say like enslaving people or whatnot, or maybe that's not a good idea to
Hey,
like
you're the
enslave
lizard
people
person.
over chocolate or whatever, but keep like some of the good aspects of culture. Like I remember like my mom used to like can food. I think I mentioned that to you. Or I was mentioning this on Twitter before. Like my mom used to, when I was younger and my mom had a lot of energy, she'd can all this, like, just this wonderful tasting fruit. I think sometimes we'd get it like right from the orchard. And then it would be like canned. And we had this just wonderful, like anything from like, say, maybe canned peaches and pears to the best applesauce I ever had. My mom's like one of the best cook. I mean, I just and I might be a little partial, but I'm saying she was like really, really good at, she's still an excellent cook. She's
I'm kind of a space cadet myself.
but so the deal is that the thing is that I take back what I said about Timber Green. Thanks for following my channel on YouTube.
I follow everyone's channel. I don't have a channel.
Yeah, don't you? You have a space simulation
Oh yeah,
game you play, right?
Star Citizen. It's pretty cool actually. Yeah.
Oh, do you have any information about that?
Oh, that's another big controversy. That's another big crowdfunding project. What is it? Back in 2012 or 2013, they brought in over $430 million, I believe it was. It was the largest crowdfunding project ever for a video game. And it was promised within like 2 to 3 years. It was supposed to be like the final product was going to be released, but now here we are over 10 years later, basically. And
Wow, that's here's
they've taken
DJ
in
Ronnie G.
billions.
Looks like he's on his bike again. I like his IRL footage.
I appreciate that. I apologize for the window. I will mute whenever I'm
That is loud. I'm getting a lot of interference. can't
Yeah, he
even
just,
hear
yeah, I
DJ.
think he was just saying he was going to mute.
Yeah, the last time I was on stream with you and DJ Ronnie, I remember we were talking about evolution.
Yeah. So I find that even like because the whole thing with like politics is I've spent like decades just like worried about politics and current events, but like if we don't like say so, I think what would you say that we were? Oh yeah, evolution. Yeah, I think there's all sorts of these topics that are worth discussing. That because if we don't discuss those topics, I don't think anything's ever going to change as far as the politics and current events if people aren't.
Yeah, I feel like we're sleepwalking 2024.
Yeah, like I was just talking about like canning, like because I think that was something Timberghini expressed interest in.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to become more relevant in the next while, especially what's going on with our economies. But we're going back to politics once again. But yeah, planning is just a useful thing to know in general, I feel
But
like.
yeah, and
No,
that's
it's good to
something
stay up
my
and
mom
stay
used to
informed.
do. And my mom used to have her own garden too, back in maybe late 70s, early 80s when I was just a hatchling. Yeah. Let's see.
I'm not sure what's going on with this. Are they making new X-Men comics or something? X-Men 97 variant cover by Dan Wiesenmeyer.
So, Space Force, wish I had a black Star Trek uniform. Would be my daily dress. Feel like something bad's going to happen on the loud bike ride. I don't know. DJ, you on a bike? Yeah, DJ's on a bike. Space Force is FMC. Oh, GMC. Yeah. I thought it was a possibility.
Shut the fuck up.
And and cool DJ. He has been trolling accounts, and
Does he just follow you everywhere? How are you? I'm interested. How are you so associated with him? Is he like somehow stalking you online or something? There,
I don't know, but like
really
the thing
odd.
is that like
I've had some odd conversations with that guy, and like I tried to support him before, but now I'm just like, what the fuck?
I guess I said hi to the wrong person in a chat or something. I don't know. No, I don't want. It's like, why are we even like mentioning that? I don't know why we're even.
I'm just interested how like it's.
Yeah,
he seems to be.
I don't really want to like kind of.
Seems to just appear. It's kind of interesting.
Draw attention to anything. This whole chat is full of trolls. Not everybody, but yeah, maybe not today. But we got a lot of. We typically have trolls in the chat.
I was about to say we weren't talking about anything controversial, and then I realized, oh, we were.
So yeah, I think canned food can taste a lot better than the stuff from the store. That's just my own personal opinion. That's going to be the thing that gets my channel struck.
I definitely
I'm
didn't know
going
where
to say that canned food is better if you can it yourself.
In Minecraft.
Yeah, in Minecraft you build a cannery in Minecraft.
You like Spam, Lorenzo?
Huh?
Spam?
The food? I don't think I've ever tried it.
It's pretty good.
I like Spam and eggs.
My great grandma used to love it. I remember I would sit there and watch her. She would fry it up with eggs, just like.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not upset, Carla. I just
Philip?
just would like if somebody's like
fascinated.
just like not causing trouble in the chat, I'm just not going to.
He said some interesting things.
Why I
It's
mean,
not a
like
big deal, though. I don't
if
care.
somebody's doing like some like even if they're trolling or whatever, I'm not gonna make a big fuss about it. Or somebody just there's like because then I'd have to make a big deal about a lot of people in the chat.
I feel like I'm watching a horror movie in DJ's screen right now. Like something's going to appear behind him.
Look, no hands.
What's on the pole? You see that thing on the pole behind him? He just went
You
by
mean
the
my
pole. There's
face?
something on
What was
top
that? I
of it.
didn't quite catch that. I was only there for a while.
At first, Lorenzo, I thought I was on 2 channels. Now I understand I've been only here all night. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. He wasn't too bad. He apologized to Tim. Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Whatever, who cares? Anyways,
man.
what were we
That's the
talking
thing.
about?
Is
Panning.
the thing is like there was this guy named Testify who used to show up in the chat, and people seem to think that I like the guy, even though I accused them of making whoopee with a goat.
What? I don't picture
I
you
used
saying
some
that.
harsher language than that, but
You
like
must have really not liked
he was
it.
already accused of that, and I would just like bring it up over and over again, like because.
Well, maybe he meant GOAT as in greatest of all time. Maybe he meant that you made Whoopi was the greatest of all time supermodel.
Could be.
Yeah, well,
Cindy Crawford.
there was this guy, he's Testify HD, and he ended up passing away. But he used to go on people's chats and demand to go on stream, and eventually, like, and he had a bunch of people hung out with him, and they were into trolling and stuff like that. And so when I was invited to join his Discord server. And Testify only invited me because a friend of his co-host invited me because his co-host had no problem with me. It's like, of course I'm going to join. I'm going to want to see what this guy is up to, and of course I'm going to join his Discord. That doesn't mean I'm trying to screw anybody over.
What did he do to get you to say that?
And the guy, huh?
What did he do to get you to call him that? Like, you're such a mellow guy.
Well, so that was the thing, is like, well, it was just like I was engaging in banter with him too. I mean, he was into like insulting me, so I'd insult him back. But him and I were never friends. But we kind of, but he did. But like he said, he kept typing in my chat each and every time we'd stream. Let me on. Like, send me the link. So. And then he was like, okay, if you don't send me the link, go on my show. And I started going on a show. And it turned out I liked some of the guys. I liked a lot of the guys he was streaming with. And when he invited me to join his Discord, I joined his Discord. Wasn't because I liked that guy, but it was like, okay, I realized at that time that there were some people that there were some good people who just happened to hang out with Testify. And I'm friends with I met a lot of nice people through him. But there's all this guilt by association, like, oh, you were hanging out with this guy who was, and I've engaged in that in the past, and I realized it's immature. Just because you hang out on somebody's server doesn't mean you like rubber stamp everything they do. And I was mainly just posting music in there because there was a really cool music thread in there, and like in his Discord. And there was also this thing where also like in the voice chat, a lot of the people, they'd be discussing video games and Legos and all this stuff. Testify would come in and just like change the topic. He'd like start talking about sports or just whatever. But like the other people would be like I'd be learning stuff about like Legos and video games and all that. Anyway, those people are called the Etsy boys, and then it pretty much broke apart because he turned on everybody, as I suspected he would. He turned on almost everybody, and like he kicked a lot of people out of his Discord, and a lot of people just left voluntarily. And I figured that would happen, and so. But yeah,
yeah, Lorenzo, I found you through Yasuke, Retro Gamer Yasuke's Discord server.
Oh yeah.
And,
Yeah,
you know,
Yasuke's,
like I enjoy that you have
okay.
an open door policy on these streams, like because you talk about some pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, we discuss all sorts of things.
I do kind of wish though that people realize that like not everything that is said on your streams is stuff that you agree with or rubber
Well, that's
stamp
the
it.
thing is people would think that okay, yeah, Testify was on, and so they, or they might think that I agree with everything that Tim Bergini. I don't agree with Tim Bergini. I don't necessarily agree with everything you say, or right, or even know about
general
what you're
discussion.
talking about half the
Doesn't really
time.
matter.
Sure.
Huh?
I mean, I didn't know that about
What are you
Ghislaine
talking about?
Maxwell's father.
It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. That's just a fact. Robert Maxwell, look it up. It's not my opinion. That's just life.
Bringing it back.
He's a
Born in
man.
Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, I don't. There's somebody who there's some various people who imitate Testify. I don't know. There was never a death certificate or anything.
This guy passed away?
There seems to be confusion with it.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, well, the thing is, nobody ever saw a death certificate, but
wait, is that real?
But he was somebody who was sick and dying, and still couldn't stay off the internet. He was live streaming on John Del Rose, comic book creators, a YouTube stream, even as he was in the hospital, and he accidentally turned on the camera, and he was in pretty rough shape. This Testify guy, I think he's dead. Some people can say he's I'm as far as like timing people out. If you're going to time out all the trolls, and I realize, Carla, though, I mean,
maybe are they all the same person?
You have.
Does she know they're all the same person? Does she know something we don't know here, or what?
Well, it's just in the case with I'd rather not even talk about the situation, but there's a pretty.
Well, apparently, Philip Cummings is correct. Okay, Alyssa Milano did try to GoFundMe for a travel ball team, or her son's travel ball team.
It's just like I typically don't, but like if I the problem is if I start timing people out and hiding them, but they're just gonna it's gonna be like a game of whack-a-mole. Plus, yeah, like some trolls are entertaining. I'm not.
You don't find the timing a little bit odd that the one got blocked and then another one just popped up right after?
Oh, it's.
You don't think they're the same person?
It's not something I'd like to talk about on air. You know.
I don't know. You were.
If somebody is trolling you, like, why bring attention to it? You know.
I don't know. You were just discussing it, so.
Yeah, exactly. I shouldn't have been.
So this is the Alyssa Milano thing, I guess.
I'm gonna say with you, Carla. The weird thing is that anybody would like all of a sudden get upset just because I say hi to you in chat. That's weird to me. That's seen as like picking sides or whatever.
Yeah, that's what happened with me.
You know?
That's what happened with me too, and that's why it's extra weird. So honestly, I don't think there's any problem in talking about it. It's a fucking weirdo, to be honest with you. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, why? But like, if the person's just like not causing any sort of
Lorenzo,
if they're just typing silly stuff in the chat, why would I? You know, I just want
Lorenzo. This was on Yasu's Final Fantasy stream. Have you ever had a troll just come in and just be speaking another language? Like this guy came in and was just trolling in Portuguese.
Huh.
And none of us understood what he was doing.
I think I've seen that in other people's chats, but I got there's a lot of viewers from the Philippines. You've got some interesting there's some interesting internet terms like there's one word that means kind of like splash, and it means like splash the like button. Oh well, I don't know. I'm not upset with hiding or on. It's just bringing attention to the person is the issue. Is that people are starting to, but I'm doing that more than you did, Carlos. So
I was showing what the person was talking about in the chat here. Sorry, who was that?
Yes, they do mess with you in other languages.
Philip Cummings the thing is talking about Alyssa Milano's baseball team here to get off the whole troll topic and just fucking ignore them because that's what they want is attention. They want you to talk about them. So apparently Alyssa Milano's baseball team is raising money for their Cooperstown trip. Any amount would be so greatly appreciated. You can read more about the team and make a donation here. Oh, and it is a GoFundMe.com thing. Interesting. So, yeah, once again, just very wealthy people asking for us to fund their lives here. Basically, it's pretty interesting. I wonder how much she's worth. What is Alyssa Milano's net worth?
I don't know, but like now you're giving these celebrities too much like attention. My point was that like I think what is like the heart of the show was like the whole kind of do-it-yourself ethic and promoting things that people actually like, because there's just stream after stream after stream where people are just talking about the celebrities doing this wrong or
well, we were just talking about trolls and we were talking about changing the subject. I'm trying to change the subject.
Well, the thing I had been mentioning was like, I think like say culture and history and like that sort of thing is really important to discuss, like music, the arts, even like say old school video games and stuff.
Yeah, I was trying to talk about X-Men until you guys.
Yeah, what were you saying about X-Men?
10 million, but she could be completely broke. That's true. Could be like Nick Cage.
What were you saying about the X-Men?
They're doing like a remake of the old animated series or something. I don't know. I had it up on the screen like 10, 15 minutes ago before we were talking about people we shouldn't be talking about that want our attention.
Yeah, but what were you? So what? I'm sorry.
So what is it? There's like
His-
they're gonna make a new character redesigns revealed a new look. I don't know. I figured you guys would be interested in this. I always thought this fucking cartoon was awesome. It was one of my favorites, pretty much, and the animation was pretty cool in it too. Character design. So I don't understand. Why are they making new character designs? Are they going to continue the series or what?
It's a reboot.
Yeah, the old character designs were cool.
Was it a reboot? Or is it going to be a reboot?
Unless it's some
That's
sort
what
of celebrity of some sort. I don't even remember who. Oh, she was the teen on Who's the Boss in the. Was it really the 90s? I thought it was the 80s.
I thought we're not supposed to talk about celebrities.
And the Space Force game, I didn't see anybody to be hitting it. But then again, I can't really help what my mods do, you know. I mean, I can, you know, like I'm trying to just toast my show, so somebody hides someone, somebody hides them. You know, I can say, oh, maybe that's a bad idea, but like I can't even see in StreamYards if somebody's being hidden, so it's like not really.
Oh, so I guess 20th Century Fox had the rights to the old X-Men series, and that's why it's discontinued. Now Marvel has bought back the rights to it ahead of its Disney Plus debut later this year. Oh, so it is going to be a reboot. It'll be under Disney, so who knows which direction it's going to go, but it looks like the revamped characters, they haven't changed them at all. Is there anything weird or woke looking about them or anything? They don't look like they've got the Disney touch added to them, right? It looks decent to me.
Looks like they're just going for just sharper animation.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks just improved, I would like to say, like 4K quality or something here. X-Men film news. Who's the new guy? Yeah, who is that guy? Oh, okay. I guess they had a little bit of. Well, they already had cable, so like, who is this guy actually? Who's the new guy? Okay, be prepared for controversy here. I'm on Twitter, so let's just see what everyone's saying.
Yeah, I can like look at
Brazil. He's
the twatter.
Robert DaCosta, Mancha Solar in Brazil. He's a former member of New Mutants and X-Force. Interesting. So I guess he was a popular character in South America, it sounds like, or something. I'd never seen that guy, though. This one right here. Have you guys ever seen him in the old school X-Men series, or?
Who?
The new guy, allegedly. This guy right here. So according to this guy, who is clearly Brazilian, Roberto da Costa, Mancha Solar in Brazil. He's a former member of New Mutants and X-Force. Nobody seen him before? Everyone's silent.
I guess I recognize most of these characters. I'm not too sure about two of them.
Yeah, they all look pretty well. So like this is it Phoenix? Has to be, right? She's got red hair. And then
You're talking about Jean Grey, or what?
This is Jean Grey right here, right?
Yeah, like they don't really call her Phoenix too much unless that's a plot relevant, like she's.
Oh, so it's like this guy right here with the, isn't he like Mysterio or something like that? I've seen him before. I can't remember his name.
So
I can't tell who you're talking about.
How is it so it's interesting that like because the superheroes, like I mainly do hear people say Jean Grey and not Phoenix these days, and I'm not sure.
Well, Jean Grey was originally called Marvel Girl, but then they dropped that name.
Oh.
And Phoenix came later.
She has the phoenix inside of her. That's why at the end of one of the movies, you see like the phoenix coming up, and she has like super crazy power above all others. I guess you could say. The
I'm
power of
mainly
the phoenix.
sorry, didn't mean to speak over.
Oh,
I mainly familiar with that. Was it '90s cartoon? And by the way, I was just texted by that relative who was in the hospital, and it was a good text. But so that's why I was a little distracted there for a moment. But
so yeah, this is the '90s X-Men once again. It's just this character right here, this Brazilian fellow. I guess he is a new character, but he's technically not, because according to this Brazilian guy, who's the only one who seems to know anything on Twitter here.
Carla has good reason not to have her comments on. I understand. I saw what happened to her, and she like
What?
just because comments are turned off doesn't mean you're troll. That's a good point. That some people just don't need to have. I don't know how many years it's been. Probably a couple since I've met Carla.
Trending in Canada, cocaine. That's awesome.
Now, if you did, I don't want to get too political, but the cocaine in the White House thing was hilarious.
Oh fuck yeah! Did you hear the reporter? Did you hear the reporter when Hunter was leaving his hearing thing recently? He walked out, and the reporter's like, "Hunter, are you high on crack right now?" And he just the look he gave that reporter, he just looked over like he was gonna like kill him with his eyes, pretty much.
Now that sort of thing I find entertaining, but some of that other stuff just gets kind of overwhelming. I like some of the lighter side of Jimmy Dore. It's somebody I used to, but I don't even watch him that much anymore. But yeah, left-wing political. He calls himself left-wing, but he'll go on Tucker Carlson's show. It's I like but I don't know, but I've reached a point though where I really do think it's fascinating to talk about things like the Middle Ages, because like and things about like cultural issues, because like I found out the Middle Ages, like they didn't really lose contact. They didn't really lose their classical culture. Like even the Visigoths continued to use like Latin in their like when the king of the Visigoths was like kind of like after the Visigoths had kind of overrun Rome, like they were still using freaking Latin. And the king of the Visigoths, I believe, was educated in Constantinople, where the Greeks had their empire. And like there's this whole thing with all the Renaissances when they brought back all this classical knowledge. That's just that's bullshit. Of course that happened. Not saying that it didn't. There wasn't more discoveries, but in the Middle Ages they were like, it wasn't like there were these brilliant philosophers like Saint Francis of it was the St. Francis of Assisi. I believe that was in the Middle Ages, and he was like taking like Plato and Aristotle and like kind of like combining that with like Christian theology and stuff.
Constantinople was the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire.
Oh yeah. That's where my church is based out of. I'm in the Greek I'm in a Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of North America, and our patriarch is the patriarch of Constantinople.
It's so weird because
it's
now
not
it's
even called we don't even call it Istanbul because the Greeks never changed the name.
Oh,
It's Constantinople. Constantinopolis or something like that.
Constantinople, yes.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really speak much. Like I know some Greek hymns and stuff, but I don't barely. I know a few words of Greek here and there, but it's like, yeah. So they had their Roman Empire, and there's a kind of a tendency to look down on what people were doing in Latin speaking countries. But it turns out they were trying to continue even like these Germanic tribes, like the Visigoths, they were trying to continue, even though they I think it might have sacked Rome, but the leader of the Visigoths was into I think he was into building making, he was into commissioning these Greek and Roman style statues and stuff. There's this whole narrative that in the West Rome fell. Actually, the narrative is typically, Rome fell altogether, even though there was still an emperor in Constantinople. It's just he wasn't based in Rome. And then in the West, where there was this power vacuum because the emperor was way off in Constantinople, even these Germanic barbarian tribes continued to be influenced by the Romans. And so even though, they're being ruled over by these Germanic peoples, and I don't know, maybe the common peoples, maybe they spoke these, Germanic languages, but the government was still being conducted in Latin, is my understanding. And the churches they were building, under say the Visigoths, they were Roman style architecture. So it's not all of a sudden the Middle Ages or with the collapse of Rome and all that. And it wasn't all of a sudden they lost all Roman culture till the Renaissance. But that's how it was presented, and that's how it was, I think, presented to me, in say my intro to humanities class in college or whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like the people just suddenly threw out all their copies of Plato and Aristotle and just burnt it all. They didn't know there was stuff that was there was actually stuff preserved in Arabic and Latin that had been lost in Greek. Of course, there was some stuff that was available in Greek that wasn't necessarily accessible to the people, in the Latin-speaking regions. So, and as time went on, less and less people in the Latin-speaking areas could speak Greek. And the same thing with in Constantinople, it got to the point where they couldn't speak Latin, so they had a hard time communicating. And I think the Renaissance might have been after the Ottomans had conquered the East Roman Empire.
They say the Renaissance allegedly happened after all the major Black Plague stuff. So millions and millions of people were eradicated from the plague, basically, and there was just a lot of wealth left over between a lot less people, basically. So that was the origin of the Great Renaissance, I guess you could say. It was largely economic, I guess you'd call it. Now, of course, the Renaissance is associated with art and all that stuff, but yeah, it was largely just after all the large, what was it, the Black Plague, or the Dark Plague? I think
That's fascinating. And I think during that time, that might have been when some of the people fled from the what had like been East Roman Empire, and then it became the Ottoman Empire, and fled like to the Latin speaking territories, because I think that's when they started getting like more Greek manuscripts of the Bible and stuff, like, or maybe that was a little later on. I'm trying to think.
Look at all the different languages they spoke in Constantinople. As Gothic, Vulgar Latin, Vasconic languages.
Oh yeah, Gothic. That was when the Germanic. That was a bunch of Germanic tribes.
The German language isn't like a complete language, really, is it? It kind of is still evolving, I'm pretty sure, right? Like when I was trying to learn it a bit ago, like for instance, they don't have a fully established like masculine and feminine like prefixes for a lot of words and stuff like that. So if you'd ask a German person for like how should I phrase a sentence, they would say, "Oh, it doesn't really matter."
Oh, that's interesting. Der,
die und das.
Germans. It's interesting how words are made, and like it just like gets. You might have a word that's like, like, I'm exaggerating, but 50 letters long or something, because it's a bunch of words just shoved together. And
well, you're not really kidding, because I mean, dude, Lorenzo, remember the movie Euro Trip?
Euro Trip.
There's a scene where they go to the dominatrix place, and Lucy Lawless says, "Here's your safety word," and it was like this obscenely long word with like probably like 40 letters in it. And so something I learned relatively recently is that in German, like there's a lot of words that are like, this is not exactly accurate, but they're sort of like compound words where they're making one long word out of multiple phrases.
At least it's not Finnish or Welsh, especially Finnish. It's like, what the heck? How is this one word?
So, Dragon, do you speak any German?
Not much.
I didn't think you spoke a lot of it. The interesting thing is you managed to pick up the accent like really, really well, which is kind of cool. I mean, I think it's like you like that. I got some of my family members are German lizards, so they grew up. They're German Altrusian and Sleestaks, not a.
Yes, but my father's side of White Eagles.
Lorenzo, I put some interest.
People are breaking up.
Interesting AP article I put in the private chat.
Okay, thanks.
Well, two.
So my family, like at I think my grandma and my great aunt, I think around the house they would have spoken Plattdeutsch or Low German, but then in public they'd speak Hochdeutsch, High German, Standard German. They speak Standard German based off of High German in public. But
well, I don't know what version of Polish my great grandparents spoke.
Oh, so in the Polish regions, I think my relatives in Poland ancestors from around there spoke Low German, but yeah, Polish. But so I had some family members from Prussia, but part of Prussia is now Poland. Not just Prussia. Okay, there's Prussia and like Pomerania, and that like I think some spots that were traditionally German got like integrated into Poland, and then there were some parts that always like had like Polish people, like trying to
Some
think
parts of
the
Ukraine
regions.
belong to Poland. Some parts of Russia belongs to Finland. Because Russia sold 10% of Finland.
Oh, there's a place. There was a Soviet republic that speaks a language that's very similar to the Finnish language. Pretty interesting.
We do not. Finnish. They say Finnish
Is
is
that
one of the
Estonian? Is
hardest
it
languages.
Estonian? Am I thinking of Estonian? Is it Estonian that's the sister language to? I mean, I don't think it's the same language.
Wouldn't surprise me. They have the same anthem.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Same tune.
Sunspot is a 40-year-old Claremont character from the original New Mutants team. Going back to sleep now, says Colonel Mark. Wake me up if there are any more X-Men related questions. Interesting.
Well, who's that one character? Who's that one character we were talking about? The Brazilian guy there. Did I miss Morg's answer?
I'm not
That
sure.
was Sunspot.
I never saw the Phoenix.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's Sunspot he's talking about.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, Morg is the CG. Morg is the historian of a bunch of things in the not just CG, like a bunch of these different communities. I think. I sure am. Nigel, you're okay. I won't. Oh boy.
The cocaine trending.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
That's weird because
this one Mexican YouTube I know did a parody song of okay, you know that new Disney cartoon that pisses off everyone? You know, Primos?
Yeah, I heard about it. Or heard of it.
Yeah, so this one Mexican YouTuber I know actually did a parody song of it. I don't know if you ever heard of the YouTuber, what is he going by now? Because I think he changed his name. Come on, why is my computer? It's on my internet. It's going slow.
Chaz Palmer. The Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl.
That's just delusional speak.
Well, who are you backing?
I don't know. Well, since I'm New York, I probably should back one of the New York teams.
Whoever's closest. Which would be Baltimore.
I guess X-Men can kind of come up with an infinite amount of characters just based off Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, because there's like so many different random. I guess they could almost have like any character they can just make up based off of the school. Pretty much easy to integrate new characters.
There's the song I was talking about. The Angry Mexican.
Is that X-Men related?
No, he was talking about, what was it, Primos or whatever?
Yeah, the guy, the Angry Mexican did a parody of the old theme song.
The Angry
Because
Mexican?
people really do not like that show. I mean, just Lorenzo, can you actually screen share the a drawing, one of the images from that show?
From where? I mean, if you have something to screen share, I can do it.
Just look up Primos.
Sorry, I've been the Jamie.
Hold on a second. I'm kind of in the middle of something.
Is it Primo sitcom?
Oh yay, Primos.
San Antonio Teenager? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure what the Primos are.
It's a.
It's called
Ugh,
Primos? The
This is
Primos.
Primos.
Like PRIMOS? Oh, here we go. Primos.
PRIMOS.
It's a cartoon about a
Yeah.
Tater, a 10-year-old girl. Is that the character in the show, Tater?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the problem are the various relatives.
Sorry, I've been like Jamie on Joe Rogan tonight. Usually I don't do the screen sharing thing, but just fast at searching things up. So here's Primos. And which character, sorry?
Pretty much almost like half of them is the problem. If you have
Well, this is the show here on Disney. It doesn't seem like something I would personally watch, but
No.
give a kind of better image where you actually could make out all this
This
cousins.
is like something that would air on Cartoon Network back in the day to just fill some time.
yeah.
Yeah, like I said, actually look for a better image of it.
Like a bigger image,
that's what
or
I'm getting from the artwork.
Yeah.
and what were you talking about related to the show? Sorry, I lost track of what we're discussing here. Oh, here's some other artwork from it, I guess. Did you just want to see like
but keep going. Yeah, look at like I said, look how bad that alt is.
Bad alters?
Bad alt. How bad the alt is.
Bad. Sorry, your mic is cutting out. Are you saying bad alter?
I think he doesn't like the art style.
Oh, how bad the art is! I got you. Yeah, no, definitely.
Look
Okay.
look how
I was trying to not
look
be
how
negative
bad
about it. I thought you liked it or something, so I was trying to keep my mouth shut
No.
here. But yeah, it's fucking horrible.
Look how
What the
bad.
fuck?
Yeah, look how bad those kids are.
This is
The
something
various cousins.
Yeah, just like was it Philip was saying? It seems like a real kind of like fill-in thing. Like I can't even think of a show to relate it because I always. Oh, you guys ever hear of Samurai Pizza Cats back in the day? That was.
I
have that on DVD.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was about to say Kids Next Door, but it doesn't look like that.
I mean, look how bad some of those drawings are of them.
I initially
designs.
thought it was looked like amphibia art style, but doesn't quite. It's not quite the same.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of
And
it.
Now, and the names, one of them is something about a sex part in
Like
one language.
This person right here, probably.
No.
Uh,
Also, one of the kiddos' name literally means fat.
Gordo.
It's like
I always liked in
Because-
GTA. I don't know if you guys know, in all the Grand Theft Auto games, like all the card names are all like derogatory terms in other languages. Like, I think like the Zentorno means something like, what does it mean again? A dead horse or something like that. Like basically all the car names are like different language insults, pretty much. Kind of similar to what you're talking
Yeah, I
about.
haven't played GTA 5 in a while.
Zaba means frog. Penumbra means sadness. Oh, Krieger means warrior. That's kind of suitable for that one, I guess. That's one of my favorite cars in the game. I haven't played it in a while though either, because since they did the whole GTA Plus thing, it's like, come on, man. It costs.
I once in a while revisit for the story mode, but
I've got like so much stuff in it myself. I've got like all the garages, all the businesses, and everything.
Wait, are you talking about GTA?
Yeah,
Yeah.
GTA Online.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got several condos. I've got all sorts of cars. I've got a motorcycle club. I'm a CEO, and yeah, they only play like once every few years.
We were just talking about
I'll
how
show
like
up, and then what happens is like I'll show up, but then like I don't want to go on like these missions if there's like some 14-year-old kid in the chat. That it kind of creeps me out, you know.
I stopped playing online a long time ago. I maybe used to play. I now whenever I revisit is just for story mode.
here's a funny one. The
And
vaca
which-
means cow. Kasatka means killer whale.
What language?
They're all different languages. So like Vaca, of course, is from the Lamborghini brand in the game. I forget the name now. Lampadotti's Maserati in the game.
Oh, are these GTA terms?
Yeah, so like the
I
Zaba, that's like the amphibious truck. What's that called in real life again? I can't even remember right now. But they call that.
Oh yeah, they can't. They like probably for Lego reasons they make it. They probably just slightly change the design and they call it something else, and then they don't get sued, or they don't, or maybe it's just because the companies aren't paying them royalties or whatever, so they don't use the actual names.
Most of the names are like the languages associated with the companies. Like for instance, the Lamborghini company, like Vaca, means cow in Italian, and that's like a Lamborghini in the game, basically. So they're taking the languages and putting insults in there that most people don't even realize.
And that makes sense because the whole thing is just like it's all kind of poking fun at the whole. Isn't it like poking fun at like all these like kind of like gangster type movie or gangsta type stuff, and like the whole kind of romanticism of it. Like
Maybe in the early games, kind of, but GTA 5 was more of just a parody of America.
Yeah. It was because it's in the studio. The Rockstar is based out of England, right? I mean, they're just taking the piss out of the Americans, as they might say. You know, they're just.
Well, there's a lot of material to work with there.
Yeah, they're making fun of a lot of stuff, and so the people who think that it's like just there to glorify all this stuff, I think they're getting the wrong. I think they're misunderstanding it because they're. Oh man, they're like the. I remember there's a radio station in GTA 5, and the man and woman were co-hosts, and they were just oh man, just like having this vicious argument with each other that I don't think it was any. From what I recall, it was like something that they never allow like actually on the air in real life, but they were just like. I don't remember the guy called the woman a cunt or what the deal was, but it was just hilarious banter, and it was just like so absurd.
I always liked they had in his commercials. I think it was GTA 4. It was like Tim, the American hero, and there'd be like this Asian like, Tim, come and save me, Tim. And he'd be like, I'm coming, babe. And then he'd be like, Tim, the American hero. See it in theaters. Blah blah blah. It's just so funny because my name's Tim, I guess, but it was funny in general, I think. And just another mockery of like, I don't know, I guess Michael Bay type shit and just American culture, I guess. But very entertaining.
Yeah. Oh, I'd like to say hi into Gap After Dark and Hen, and I don't know if they were watching, but I don't know if they were in the chat this whole time. I mean, they were earlier, but there's this. What I really like is there's this Blue Arc radio station, and it's a tribute to the late Lee Scratch Perry in his Black Arc studio, and it's got all this like really cool. Trying to remember if if it's got reggae, just reggae, or if it's got dub. I think it might have both. But Lee Perry was like an early. He produced Bob Marley and the Wailers. He invented like this dub, this like really trippy instrumental reggae music with all sorts of echo effects, and which led to like drum and bass and jungle and dubstep and all these different styles of electronic music was based off of dub reggae, which Lee Perry was a pioneer. And they play his stuff on that Blue Arc radio station. They play some of his music and some other like reggae dub.
Have a good one there, Fish.
Like really, it's really
You're on Fish.
well, it's really like, I mean, there's a limited number of songs I think that kind of cycle through, but I love that station though, because I used to host like a Jamaican like style radio show, like Jamaican music, to play like all sorts of stuff, like from the Jamaican maroon music, like the people escaped off to the mountains, escaped slavery, to like there's a style called mento, which is related to calypso music, I believe, and then ska, rocksteady, reggae, dub.
How about bebop?
Jungle, huh?
No bebop?
Well, I don't know if. I mean, if it's like Jamaican bebop, I would probably played it.
I was thinking Bebop and Rocksteady, Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. I also I don't know if anybody on the panel knows about any of those musical genres, but like ska started out with like it was a combination of like I think it was like jazz mixed originally, like jazz mixed in with like R&B and soul, and like maybe like doo-wop and stuff, and then there were like bands out of England that were doing ska music where they were adding like more like punk music and stuff to it, and then there were like bands like there were also bands like Clash that were combining like punk and reggae. Someone privated their account? Oh, you can't even look up. Okay. He's got his 10 minutes of fame. Morg, are you driving people mad with your random facts again? Can you make people with out of random facts? Oh, making people mad. I see. I thought that's how humans were made, was random facts.
Did he just disappear?
I don't know. Yeah, so like what sort of channels do you guys host? I know Gias is mainly Gias shows up I think mainly on and Daniel from the Tech Corners channel. Daniel's not even here this week, but always glad when Gias is here. But Gias is a colorist.
What? Hates people of different colors?
No, I color line art. I need to get around to shading in a picture I colored a little while ago, although I can't show that here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that was weird when somebody people got upset about something you showed here before, and it was one of the tamer things. Why are you trying to poach viewers? Okay, just trying to. I can't see the messages too well on my screen. It was weird because originally it seemed like you could see things pretty well today with Yeah, if I went after every single troll in my chat, I don't know if I'd have any viewers left,
They're all the same person.
Not everybody's a troll, but most.
They're all the same person. If you haven't realized, bro, like no offense, but this is all the same person that's typing in the section right now. I think Carlos kind of clarified that.
Oh, there are people with like multiple accounts. I'm just saying, like Marg and I are kind of like trolls. So, but like we try to use our troll powers for good.
If you say so.
Tries. Tries to use this show for good.
Is there anything that he did like you more? What? Anyone that did like you, Mark? Varied. Why? Just don't feed the trolls, gosh. It's not that fucking hard. Well, it might be for some people.
Don't feed a troll.
Like, who cares? It's like it's
That's
just
inhumane.
If somebody calls it and they're calling themselves Admiral Neckbeard, which was one of a troll's, like account's name. It wasn't the end of the world.
Wait, that was a troll you had?
The other chat, but same person. Trolls are fine, nothing to be scared of. Well, it's nasty. I can't say that word. Oh, like Tinkerbell, yeah. She was a nasty fairy. And mermaids are you? Yeah. I don't understand. There's this mermaid person. I don't know. Maybe I saw them once in a chat and didn't see what the deal was. Why people were. At least he makes me laugh. But I'm not doing any new channels tonight. Fakey wickies.
I haven't been able to catch your streams in a few months, and the moment I come back, something like this happens.
You talk about the trolls?
Yeah, in chat. Because I've just been busy. I mean, but I actually enjoy your streams, Lorenzo. They're a lot of fun.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm having a hard time highlighting chats. It was just. Wait, looks like somebody left. I don't know. Somebody saying bye to someone else. Yeah, earlier I was able to see. I thought StreamYard was fixed where I could. Oh, take care, Fish.
Basically, nothing has happened in the chat other than saying goodbye to Fish.
Yeah, Fish is long gone.
Oh, okay.
Just to kind of summarize.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was just,
I saluted someone with the 07. They said at ease, Colonel. Oh, Hen said at ease, Colonel. That's pretty funny. And then there ain't much else really. Colonel Morg was talking about the X-Men characters before. That was pretty useful.
I remember Colonel Morg from past streams.
Yeah, he was. I think some places he was known as Morg, other places he was known as Son of Colonel Comics, which there was a Colonel Comics who was around for a while in the comic book, in the indie comic scene, and then kind of disappeared. And now he went from the Son of Colonel Comics and Morg to combining the names to Colonel Morg, which I think works out pretty well. Yeah, my apologies to people. I know somebody was upset that I didn't. I keep going to settle down and get a thought in my head, so I'm wide awake. That's actually. I mean, at least you're like a thinking individual. I mean, it's really easy to just go walking through this world, walking through life without thinking about stuff. I mean, I think a lot of people kind of do that. It's
skip through life with their shoes untied.
Yeah, I mean, so it might be a good sign. Though, I mean, if you're in the UK, which 10 is, it's pretty late there. I could see that being a problem, being awake still, but.
Oh, it's what, like
4:40 a.m. Wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
I miss Peter Soy. The Colonel was great. I don't remember the Peter Soy, but I remember Colonel Comics. He was entertaining. I think he used to wear. Did he wear some sort of? I'm trying to remember if he wore a uniform, something, or wore some sort of outfit or something. That was. Don't know if he dressed like a colonel though.
You guys ever watch the old Spawn cartoon? I'm assuming you did, right?
The old what?
Yeah,
vaguely remember.
There was a Spawn cartoon? That sounds cool.
Yeah, man, Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, there was a cartoon. There was an animated series based on Spawn.
Fuck yeah, man! It was like the coolest animation. Well, in my opinion, it was awesome.
Well, yeah, so I like hearing about stuff like this. Yeah,
the animation in it was just sick, dude.
Wait, when did this come out?
Oh man, you guys got to see it seriously. I don't know if it's on YouTube or what, but yeah, the old cartoon series. It was there 2 full seasons, and man, it's the one thing I still have on DVD. Actually, I got like the steel case for it. I made sure I've always hung on to it. Let me find here. Here's all the toys. TV series. So 1997. Oh, there's 3 seasons actually. Yeah, there is, because it was actually like season 0 or something like that, I think. But yeah, it's got even a high rating on IMDb or whatever this bullshit. What does IMDb even stand for?
Internet Movie Database. I don't know.
That's a good shot in the dark. I could see that.
that's actually what it is Internet Movie Database.
Is it really?
That's why the B is like, I think the B is like lowercase.
Like I said, it's a good shot in the dark.
Okay, I just took a swing at that.
I think it used to be called that, and then now it's just an abbreviation or something. I don't know.
Can you see the thing, Lorenzo, or are you on like a different tablet or something? Because this is the series basically. This was like the Mad Clown guy. I don't know if you ever saw the movie. It came out in like 2000 or something like that, I think. The clown guy was in it. Oh, there was always this like wise monk guy. The animation was just so badass, and the storyline was freaking really cool. I couldn't stop watching it. I probably watched the whole thing a few times over. Keep this one coming with some lame.
You said this is 97?
Yeah, let's see here. 1997 to 1999. Yeah, this is the cover for it right here.
Spawn. Okay. Todd McFarlane's Spawn.
Oh yeah, not Seth MacFarlane. Sorry, I always mix up. I always just call him McFarlane because I guess in the animation world everyone kind of just thinks of the same McFarlane, I guess. All his toys are freaking cool too. I got a lot of friends that collect all the little Spawn action figures and stuff.
Was this a big show when it came out?
Oh yeah, man! It was on like Teletoon, like multiple networks actually. But I think it was only on like late at night too. So if you weren't like in your teens, probably depending on who your parents were, you might have not been allowed to watch it. No joke. And it was even just the name itself, when you understand what it's about. He's a Hell Spawn, then being forced to act as the reluctant leader of Hell's army. Fucking,
Okay, so they seem like
So-
air it at 9 o'clock.
yeah, and later, pretty much.
The Colonel War. So Colonel Comics, and Mark was son of Colonel Comics.
Sorry.
His name, but the Colonel Comics wore wielder's glasses, a Prussian pickle trope helmet, a purple scarf, leather gloves, and something that looked like a Gestapo coat, and pretended to be progressive. Wow, that's back when we had some real like entertaining characters. In like with Comics Gate and all that, which I don't really use. I try to avoid those labels anymore because anybody can be like. Maybe there should be a couple categories: a dipshit and not a dipshit.
Well, I'm gonna have to definitely check this show out on YouTube.
It was honestly, it still is probably one of my favorite animated series. This one and the old X-Men series from the 90s we're talking about. It's kind of like almost the same animation too.
So this is interesting. Well, what you're showing, and Hen said, Fish just subbed to my channel and left a comment on my controversial video. Nice little fishy. Little, that's how the Jamaicans pronounce little. That's like the official. It's like the official word in like Jamaican Creole English is little. Wondered where that came from.
I always thought his green eyes were freaking cool.
And are you in Scotland or trying to remember Wales or England? I don't remember.
No, depending on where he is.
And then there's there's all the different. There's like even with like say England, it has like different regions and different ways of pronouncing things. Like
have you heard some version of English?
What about
it's
English?
like, wait, what? Have you heard some of the dialects of English? It's like, what did they just say?
Well, in the north, they've got like I think it's called Geordie, which is it's like the Scots English, which might as well it's some people would say it's a different language, and some people would say it's a dialect, but like if it's a dialect, it's a real strong dialect.
Actual dialect of English from England. It's like I can't understand anything they're saying, and I'm not having fun with Cockney either. It's like because I think it's like goes off of what is it? Okay, you know how it's maybe more Saxon than Angle.
Yeah.
It's like
Standard English is more Saxon. Angles, that's like in the northern England and in lowland Scots English.
Yeah, it's like
so like Geordie and Scots are
So
based
what,
on the Angles in the Kingdom of Northumbria, I believe. Or is it
so Lorenzo is
Northumbria?
closer to Norwegian.
Well, there were the Vikings conquered British Isles, yeah. So there's like all sorts of like all those ska, like a lot of words like sky and the words that begin with SK. A lot of them are from I think Old Norse. Oh, England. Sorry about that.
Wait, did I see that right? Only 6 episodes per season?
Yeah, actually, I
what?
think so. Yeah, 6 episodes. That's creepy. Look at 6.
Well, yeah, okay,
I don't know. It's not really
I see
creepy.
what they did there.
Yeah, I know. I see it too. I never realized that.
But that might actually just having like these shorter seasons. You probably, even though it is kind of creepy that it was they did it that way with the sixes. The reason that I've noticed like some of the British shows that are like have shorter seasons, usually not that short.
Maybe that's why the animation is so good.
They have less filler. You don't have to put all those filler episodes like when you got like 22 episodes or 18 episodes per season, like an American.
And one thing
Yeah,
I can
I know a
say,
big thing in the 90s was 26 episodes per season for a lot of shows.
wow, that would be like Family Guy and Simpsons. Or
Yeah,
something.
it's like, and then you end up having like filler episodes and flashbacks and all sorts.
Yeah, but think of like
Episodes,
even if you get through a season 2, you're already over 50 episodes. You're at
Yeah,
52 episodes at that point.
it's kind of insane. And I don't. Yeah, I just. Yeah, I think you just kind of. I think they just sometimes would run out of ideas. Remember when like shows would like so many shows where like people get locked together in the basement, like a sitcom or the family, and they just lock themselves in the basement by accident, or they just we're doing that shit before Seinfeld even did that. I mean, like it wasn't like Seinfeld was really innovative with that.
I wonder why they spelled clowns like this. That's interesting.
Oh man.
Oh, hey, Shep, welcome. I got the
Twitch
link
is
in
down.
the chat.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a little bit ahead of its time. The one thing I'll say too is even though it's only 6 episodes per season, it was a really like in-depth storyline, like
Okay.
very mature. Like
Well,
I
it
don't know,
looks
it
like
was
they
easy
had
to get immersed into.
It looks like with only 18 episodes, they really could put a lot of time into the animation.
It was like really cool animation, and honestly.
So Hen, I wasn't claiming that. I didn't mean to suggest that that Scottish that Geordie spoken in Scotland. I'm just saying that like I think they were both influenced by North weren't they both part of like the kingdom of Northumbria or Northumbria and like have like didn't they both have like Angles tribal influence and more so than say the Saxon influence because like in southern in my understanding is like say Oxford and like that's more Saxon oriented
So it's HBO.
and then I'm trying to remember where was it Kent where the Jutes settled or because I think they had their own
There's a lot of different
language or
accents.
dialect of Old English, and then it all kind of there it's complicated. Like I know like well even if you go to like New York City, you go to different regions and there's different accents, but like London, I think you might just like go to a different street and well that could be the same in New York too, but I think there's more dialects and languages based off of English in the British Isles than there
Wait,
is
are you in the
in
south of
the
England right now?
U.S.
Submarine?
Southern England, or where are you?
Oh, I looked up Kent here. Oh, you're talking about Lorenzo?
No. I'm just looking at the map. Like,
Oh yeah, this
Oh.
is. Sorry, I just looked it up because he was talking about it. So here's Kent Downs. I guess there's all different. It's kind of funny. The city I'm from is named after this place, and then of course there's multiple Vancouvers. Vancouver is actually named after Captain George Vancouver, who was an English explorer. And that's why there's so
Oh.
many different places called Vancouver. Basically, every town in North America is named after either Native Indians or English, Spanish, or French explorers.
yeah,
And some.
I'm originally from Maine, so we have
Oh.
our towns are either Native American names or English or Irish town names.
Interesting.
Lesson
I mean,
being,
like
don't
I was
invade.
born in I was born in Belfast, Maine. So
Yeah, Belfast is. Where
Oh.
the hell is Belfast again?
Northern Ireland, it's right.
Yeah,
It's,
is that
Oh,
in
okay, so right
Ulster?
over.
it's just
It's right there.
right there. Yeah.
The lesson being, don't invite Anglo-Saxons into Britain to fight Picts and Scots for you. Then it becomes everyone else's problem. So I was reading something where some people are claiming that like maybe it wasn't exactly like an invasion, like maybe kind of settled over time, or I don't know quite what the theory being or hypothesis being argued was.
It's always a mixture of the both because like people have something happen in their land and they're forced to move somewhere else. They have a big war back. Say there's so many Norse people. They're having so many tribal battles. So a lot of them were trying to come over and just take the land because they were running out of space in their own areas and taking each other out basically. So
didn't the Celts and Germanic people kind of overlap to begin with? Like even
oh yeah, totally. And then like the Germanic tribes and
you can say
Frankish
France.
tribes,
You got this named after the Franks, but then you also had the
Gauls. The Gauls were
Gauls, yeah, and then Brittany was, I think, it was
It's
some of
France.
the Breton Celts.
That's the region
like,
of northwestern France.
Yeah, it was like this
Yeah,
area here, basically.
so I think the Britons came from like, or people who came from the British Isles and went back to continental Europe. It's kind of backtracked, is my understanding.
The Chief Fortos, yeah.
East England?
Medicine Hat. I think that's in Manitoba.
It was Anglo-Saxon Viking and
I think
was
it's Alberta.
Northeast England and
Where-
Southeast
is it
Scotland.
Alberta? I could be wrong.
So here, this is what I was talking about. Is I thought so. Wouldn't Geordie and Scots have been based out of the Northumbrian dialect or language?
Medicine Hat. Oh, it is Alberta.
English.
Okay, I don't know why I thought Manitoba.
I remember it's right on the border, though.
Vancouver, home of Skinny Puppy. Were they?
No, there's
was the band
Saskatchewan
Skinny
right
Puppy
between.
from there?
Yeah, Saskatchewan.
Border
then
of
Manitoba.
Saskatchewan. My bad.
Yeah.
So was the band Skinny Puppy from Vancouver, British Columbia, or different Vancouver?
You see, I got family in both Toronto and
Vancouver.
Montreal.
Vancouver,
Anyone know about the band Skinny Puppy?
Canadian. Skinny Puppy was a Canadian electro-industrial band formed in Vancouver in 1982. The group was among the founders of the industrial rock and electro-industrial genre. Oh, they seem to be quite pioneers of music.
Yeah, I used to play them on the radio.
Wait, look at the years active.
Pretty sure. I know my friends played them on the radio station.
They're still playing, bro. They're still active. Interesting. They came back. I wonder if it's still the original.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if it's still the original members. Like, if you could actually, what do you call it? Still relate to it. Basically, if it's the same people that you were playing back in the day.
Oh, like when AC/DC died, and they just got like a voice actor that could mimic his voice.
And hey, Liam, welcome to the chat.
So it's not
Happy
the same.
Australia Day to you.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's not all the original members.
If you look along the Trans-Canada Highway, there's a bunch of native names for towns.
Oh yeah, everywhere in North America in general.
So what I've heard about here with some of the Anishinaabe words is like some of them. I think there was a guy who can't remember if the guy or his wife just like I think it was non-native, might have just like made some stuff up with some of the names. I'm not saying that like none of them are authentic. I was reading
I'm
something
reading
really
through.
weird about that there were some things are actually maybe fake native names, but I'd have to ask Shep Hiawatha about that if he knows anything about that.
Well, they have no
Yeah, and some town
written
names are just
history, so
mistranslated.
and there's no written history. Every Jeep is named after Indian band, basically. Cherokee. I can't think right now. What is there? There's a Cherokee. What are the other Jeep models? They're all named after different native tribes or societies.
Oh,
from
what are you
back in the
talking
day.
about? What are named after? Sorry.
Jeep SUVs.
Oh, yeah. Those, the Jeeps. There's a bunch of mixed up with actual
Of
history
course,
in
Jeep
terms of
stopped using.
Anglo-Saxons and Jutes arriving in Britain.
Oh god, that's all that comes up is all this woke shit. Okay, let's go back to the chat here.
And the Celts were originally a people descended from the Holstein culture, or in Central Europe. Remember right?
My favorite people
Yeah.
And
from
then ended up in England and displaced the pre-Celtic Brit culture and people there. So yeah, there's all sorts of like I'm reading. I don't know. I wish I could find the article about that. So there's just so many different contradictory
these
stories.
are some of the most interesting people.
And sounds right, Marg. If I remember rightly, Celts stayed strong in Cornwall, Devon, and a few other areas. I think I remember the Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin. There was this place that was an inspiration for the Misty Mountains song, where he was claiming that the Britons, and it was this place in Wales, and he was saying that the Britons were kind of this particular part of Wales. They're the Celtic Britons tribe was kind of like forced up into the mountains in that particular region. But if you like wonder about that song, Misty
that
Mountain
sounds
Hop,
accurate.
that's actually he liked hanging out in the Robert Plant loved hanging out in the Misty Mountains.
That's one thing I forgot about. A lot of Led Zeppelin songs are actually referring to things to do with the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings story. So,
Well, that is well. I think that was the one based. I'm getting all confused because they were combining like some stuff together, like
ramble on and
like
Misty
I'm waiting
Mountain
for
Hop.
I'm not sure if I'm waiting for the Angel of Avalon. I'm not sure if that's from Tolkien or if that's from King Arthur, but like the rest of the lyrics of
r/Tolkien
there's other
fans.
lyrics in that same song that have to do with Tolkien, I think. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I forgot about it. 'Twas in the darkest depths of Mordor I met a girl so fair, but Gollum and the evil one crept up and slipped away with her. And he keeps looking like, "Har."
And then like a lot of times the melodies were like very similar to songs that other people had written, but like I think Jimmy Page would just like change it up enough to hopefully not get sued, and he got sued anyway. But like
I feel like J.R.R. Tolkien would probably be honored. He'd probably like, "Yeah, that's cool. I'm in a Led Zeppelin song."
Look at the
yeah,
link that's
yeah,
like to your right. It says, "Remember that time Samwise started a race war?"
Should I click on it? Are we gonna jump down this rabbit hole?
Oh no!
Somebody
You can look at that.
Yeah, there's a
off-air.
lot of stuff on Reddit.
Even the Irish are barely genetically Celtic, but they hate hearing that. Usually, I heard related to the people of the Iberian Peninsula, like the Basques, and maybe even the people just like called Spaniards, because people there had originally. I don't know. I think the Basque language probably had been spoken like in a much wider territory, and then it just kind of got isolated to that region. But I could be wrong, because the Basque language is it was before the Indo-Europeans ended up in Western Europe. I think those people came from the Caucasoid Mountains. Actually,
Caucasoid.
yeah. There were
Sounds like some weird porn hero or something. Caucasoid.
Anglo-Saxons named the Welsh. It means something like foreigner. Huh. I know the Druids just disappeared from existence.
Did it just disappear?
The modern Druidism is based on
the
nothing
Romans
but
killed most
conclusions of what people think may have been. Hey, Apex Comics.
Oh, Apex is here.
There we go. You were wondering about it.
Yeah. Where have you been?
Yeah. You seemed pretty concerned earlier.
Yeah.
Because you haven't seen him in like in a month.
No, I just thought, I don't know. There's so much drama. I was wondering if you guys had like a divorce or something.
I don't know. People post so okay. I'm involved in plenty of drama, but like people will post a lot of like drama stuff, but that doesn't. Yeah, there's so much other stuff like most of my tweets are non-drama oriented actually. So, but like it's really, but that doesn't exactly matter because if they just like people start seeing a bunch of drama in their feed and I'm contributing to it, then I could definitely see why they'd associate me with drama, even if that was like 1% or a fraction of a percent of what I
So all I've seen on Twitter for the last like month or so is all the stuff about this Comicsgate and this guy we were talking about earlier. What's his name? Eric.
Oh yeah, I do retweet quite a bit. Too much.
I thought maybe people had differing opinions. I had no idea what's
going
on.
Yeah, but some people are upset that because I did do kind of like the whole thing is like this guy. If you go around like calling people hoe ass niggas, like I'll call him. I'll give him credit for like he even calls white people that.
You won't say the F word, but
it's just of course it's going to like people are going to go and like make jokes, like that's how something gets all work. And I don't know how much of this is how he really is and how much of this is an act, and because his channel was based around criticizing the mainstream and kind of drumming up some drama and whatnot. And a lot of people were upset with this, like the writing is pretty bad with a lot of movies. I mean, I think there's always been like some real shitty movies over the years with Hollywood and TV and stuff. It just seems like things have gotten worse over time, and then people will go and use like the whole. But even though like you just don't like this because you're a bigot or whatever, it's like, and I'm saying like we got a left-handed black lesbian in this, and that's why you don't like it. And it's like, no, it's just poorly written. Like one of these days, there's going to be a Jimi Hendrix documentary, and the whole thing's going to be about how was a left-handed black guy who
I never realized that
overcame that, and then they're just gonna like it's gonna be like 5 minutes talking about him playing guitar or something,
I don't know how, but I never realized there's a straight up like inlet splitting like the northern part of England from the rest of it. Is it connected by land anywhere? No, it's not.
See, this is what I find I do, even though I'm
Look at all the waterways. Holy
even though I'm talking about like other stuff, I do find this sort of thing fascinating because
weren't we just talking about England?
Yeah, but even though I'm like now talking about Hendrix like being a left-handed black guy and how that's going to be like there's going to be a biopic about him and that's all they're going to focus on.
Oh yeah.
Shit, yeah. I could see that happening. Like, and he overcame being a black, and that would be quite something to overcome. But like, I could just imagine that like taking up like an hour and 20 minutes of the movie, and then there's 10 minutes where he's like, where it's about Hendrix playing the guitar or something. That just seems like how things are, I thought it was really cool. Like, you remember like when Fox was kind of a new thing, or I don't know if they have that in Canada.
What, like Fox and
the Fox
TV
network, Fox TV network?
What Simpsons
I think
is
Fox
on.
News is banned.
No, Fox News is everywhere worldwide.
But the Fox TV
worldwide?
network, I remember when it was like when I was a little kid, there was ABC, CBS, NBC, and then like
alphabet.
PBS was kind of like I could like you had to have like a good antenna or whatever to tune into but there was no Fox, at least not in my area. And then like it had all sorts. When I remember like first watching it, like it was so edgy. Not just with The Simpsons, but it had shows like Rock, which was like, that was the guy's name. He was a black garbage man, and it was just like dealing with his like the stuff, like dealing with like real life issues and stuff. And I mean, it was like really cool. I think In Living Color was on there too, and it was like, I loved Saturday Night Live back then, but In Living Color was a lot more edgy. Like,
I never heard of the show Rock.
Yeah, I think it was ROC. Oh, I see you're on the page right now. Yeah, I think I saw it reruns of it a while back. I didn't catch his. I think please don't use Wikipedia as a source of information. Most what is on there is a lot of it is rubbish, but
it's just good for general reference.
I think some of the stuff about language is quite well done. If you're like trying to like, if it's something that can be like tainted politically, though, yeah.
Here you go. Internet Media Database is so much better. Now that I know what it stands for.
Married garbage man who proves by his actions and his altruistic.
Here's
I was a garbage man for like 8 years. I used to love being a garbage man. I would run for like 20 miles every day. I'd try to race the truck.
So he has posted the link to his DeviantArt account. Check that out, folks. Of course, it should be 18 and up because there's some adult content there, I believe.
This was a sitcom?
Yeah. It was on Fox. And what year does it say?
91 to 94. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
It was like I'm trying to
what
think.
are the user reviews? 11. No. Yeah, 11 user.
One of the most gripping shows. Okay, that's probably somebody who was paid by them or something.
It was a pretty
shows.
cool show.
I had Jamie Foxx. Who else did I have? Where's the cast here?
Some
tone
people
mode.
might
I like that
like
tone mode.
some people might call it woke or whatever these days, but it was pretty groundbreaking though at the time, and I thought it was well written. The
Jamie
thing I don't like
Foxx.
these days, it's not that I don't like that people are putting it's I don't mind people putting a message in shows, just like
The
do it
Wikipedia article was better.
skillfully. You can put a left wing or right wing or whatever message in there. As long as there's good storytelling, that's all I care about. And I think that's the issue nowadays.
Oh, there's a
Not like
bunch of
Yeah, but the
people
thing is,
involved in
many of
this.
these left
Jeez.
wingers only care about the message.
Wait,
that's
Heavy D was in this?
these corporations can go and then they pretend like they actually care about people. Like when they would say like something that a company that made makeup that was maybe accused of causing cancer, it's like 5% of every purchase goes to cancer research, or or like some other company, like we engage in like what's called greenwashing, where we like use a penny of your money to plant trees, or a penny of each purchase, or something like ridiculous. Like
Did the show
you
end
know what
on
I'm
its own
talking about?
terms, or
Like,
did it get canceled?
huh?
Because I'm looking at the Nielsen rating; it just took a dip for season 3.
Yeah,
Yeah,
5.1.
I mean,
They must
the
have changed
writing
the
might
cast.
not have been as good by then. It might have been. Hell, The Simpsons like started out with excellent writing, but I'm trying to think, like over time, like there's this zombie Simpsons video which like goes through
So it's
and
all
explains like what
different
happened with the
directors and
writing.
writers.
Like some of these jokes were so multi-layered in the early seasons, and then over time it just kind of
They got lazy.
So
it became
Yeah.
almost it
Isn't that the
became the
same problem with
opposite of
Family
what
Guy,
it
though?
originally was. Now it's like really super politically correct and woke
I
and
can-
all that. Before it made fun of everyone, of every race, every race. So well, not every race, but like
Wasn't that the point?
world. But
you can tell the viewers crash too. Viewers in season 1 and 2 are roughly around like 11 to 15 million average for each episode, whereas season 3, it's all well under, let's say, 8 million.
even my nice tweets make her sad, or who's she? How can you? We gotta save those kitties. You have too many already. Not sure what Hen's talking about. We must defeat the bigots. It's what my father would have wanted. We must also defeat the left-handers. Hey, some of my best friends are left-handed, and some of my best friends are humans.
They're
I
all
have left-handed relatives.
What is this show?
Okay.
Wait, what is this show?
Samurai Pizza Cats, man. This is the most gangsta show ever. Only
I've never
true
seen that.
OGs watch this show.
How do you not
Well,
know
I'm not
Samurai
true
Pizza
OG.
Cat? What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
What are
man.
you,
What's
five?
wrong with you?
Yeah.
Jaish, how do you not know Samurai Pizza?
I'll see
Okay, there
myself
must be
out. I
under
don't know what this
20.
is.
Oh, you know what was another weird one I watched as a kid?
Samurai
You ever
Pizza
hear of stone protectors? These guys, this was a
When did
weird
that come
one.
out anyway?
Stone
Wait,
protectors?
isn't that what a jockstrap is for? Isn't that a stone protector?
Yeah, pretty much. It was like trolls with like these little stones in their chests. It was cool actually. You could style their hair like the trolls. I forgot about that. I had like all these little weird ass characters when I was a kid.
Hey, the woke breakers. He says it was good on life lesson stuff, though. He might be talking about the Rock. He or she might be talking, or they might be talking about the Rock.
Yeah.
So this is one thing that that.
Biker mice from Mars. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh yeah, that was another.
Cinnamon supplements? It's advertising cinnamon supplements to me. Why don't you just eat some cinnamon? Why do you need to take it in a fucking pill? Anyways.
But I'm not seeing Biker Mice from Mars on the screen, though.
Oh, I just threw it up right now.
What is this? What is Ace Novelty Stone? Oh, yes. So that's the stone protectors. I didn't even see them at first. I'm looking at the trying to read the chat because it's I'm having a hard time.
Oh, sorry. I'm just throwing up weird old cartoons that are
No,
you guys
I
probably never
I
heard
actually
about.
enjoy it. Some of them I remember. Others I have no clue. But that's
Oh, buddy, I had the action figures from Biker Mice from Mars too. You could probably find it here. I had like all these hilarious little toys. I had like motorcycles. It was like a whole like GI Joe
Oh, I never.
fucking.
Something
wait. Was
didn't
it
get
a
over
show
to the
first,
UK.
and then
Oh, yeah.
action figures?
Oh yeah, they had everything for it. It was pretty popular in its time. 1993, 3 seasons.
Have a good night, Hen. And
Oh, sorry,
gonna
I'm
try to
watching
rest.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's difficult because we've got like a bunch of people on the panel, and then this is full screen, so it's hard to tell if who's talking over whom.
Oh, am I fucking it up by showing this? I'm just trying to be
No, I
Jamie
can't.
from
No,
Gorilla.
I'm
I'm fine
fucking
with
up by. I need to. Oh gosh, it's been a while. I've typically been streaming on my phone, and the setup's a little different on the the desktop version of this.
This is it, dude. This guy was like the boss mouse.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find.
Oh, that works.
Here we go.
Kind of.
Oh, now I can barely see it. Which one's the boss mouse?
This guy in the middle. He's a true OG. Look at this guy.
Wait. I'm still seeing the stone stuff.
Well, you might have the stream paused, maybe.
No, I'm looking at StreamYard, so maybe there's some really long delay.
It could be.
Wait, do you have another screen up?
No, I'm just saying it hasn't refreshed for me.
It hasn't for me either. I don't know what we're looking at.
I think we're looking.
Stone protectors.
Oh, you know what? Because, hang on a sec. Share this tab instead. My bad. It's my mistake. Sorry, guys. That was
Oh,
mine.
okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
What
the
were you
Biker
pointing
Mice
at?
from Mars.
So
Mice
this is
from
the
Mars.
this is
Yeah.
Biker Mice from Mars. This guy's the boss mouse. You can tell because he's got green glasses. Whoever has green glasses is cooler, right?
Yeah, green. I'm all for green. That's my style.
The purple guy is definitely the beta of the group. This guy's the Sigma.
Is there like a gamma? Are there any gammas in the Biker?
I'm a Zeta. Whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know what I'm
Are
talking
there any
I don't even know
gammas
what
in
that
there?
about.
Any gammas?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be a gamma.
Oh,
If you can go from being a gamma to being a sigma, I think that's a good solution. Is I think what I heard. According to Vox Day, who, oh my gosh, yeah, it talk about like controversies, but
let's see how it was rated.
I don't know if you guys.
From Mars.
7 out of 10. I should rate it 11 out of 10.
Have you guys heard of Vox Day? He was like real into popularizing that whole alpha. Alpha was around, but like the whole sigma male thing. That's what he would call himself, I think, is a sigma male. He tried to
10 out of 10 this guy gives it.
So Vox Day tried to have he was going to have a Comicsgate imprint, and that led to this whole thing where eventually Ethan Van Sciver now claims to own the trademark to Comicsgate. Years later.
Ugh, that box.
Wait, can we see your screen or?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, what?
Oh, I was just wondering what you were looking at because.
Oh, I'm looking at the Bullwinkle show now. I'm on to Rocky and Bullwinkle, man.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
that.
we can't even. Yeah, we can't even see what you're looking at now. We're
Boris
just
and
looking at-
Natasha.
Can
Yeah,
you see it now?
And
Now I
Cheerful
can.
Guy.
Oh, okay. That's weird. I don't know why it's here. Let me close the
No,
other tab.
that's a classic. Was
Good old Cold War. Make fun of the Cold War. Make fun of the arms race.
Yeah, I guess that is what it was a lot
Yeah.
about. Because like the bad guys had like Russian kind of accents, didn't they? The
Was
one.
yeah. Well, what about did they? Was that the one that had Mr. Peabody on there?
Yeah,
That
Was
was
he
like
a
a little
dog,
intermission.
or
That
was
was like a
Mr.
little
Peabody a
intermission
dog?
that they put in between
Dude.
every episode.
they made a movie. You guys, if you guys haven't seen the newer movie, Mr. Peabody and Sherman, I think it was
Was
actually
one of them a
really
dog?
good. Dude, this movie was one of my favorite animated movies in recent times. It's like better than Ratatouille, like any of those new ones, in my
Did
opinion.
you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
ever see the Did you guys ever see the Dudley Do Right live
Okay.
action movie with Brendan
No.
Fraser?
Wait, Dudley was
It's like
Dudley Do Right a
Cinnamon,
Mountie, or
George of the Jungle.
Yeah. Look it up.
Yes.
so he was a
amazing.
Fed?
Yes, he was a Fed in Western Canada.
Oh boy.
Dudley Do Right. Oh, he was one of the characters in.
Yeah,
I
he
never
was.
realized. Interesting, but it must have not been voiced by Brendan Fraser. Here's an
No,
interesting fact for you.
no. There was a live action movie in the '90s, I think, that had.
Yes.
This one right here.
Didn't
this
he
is a
also do
movie.
George of the Jungle movie?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
George of the
did.
Jungle, Encino Man. And I was just gonna say, no joke. My oldest sister, she actually dated his brother. They actually lived in a townhouse complex I lived in as a kid. They lived like maybe 10 doors down from us in this townhouse complex. And yeah, my oldest sister dated him for like a couple of years. And he was like actually Brendan Fraser's brother. Like his parents lived right in our complex, right down from us. It's pretty interesting. And it was like in the time. What was that first movie he was really famous in, where he had fuck, what's his name again? They go in the bunker. It's one of the funniest fucking movies. It's such a good movie. Brendan Fraser movies. What was that? Oh, Blast from the Past. You guys ever see Blast from the Past?
Oh, that was a while ago for me. I saw it on TV.
What year was that?
Oh, 99. It's actually not that old, actually.
Was
It had
it
Lisa
really?
Silverstone. It was actually, I don't know. I found this movie hilarious. And then, Christopher Walken was in it. He was fucking classic in this movie, man. Like they come up, okay, like, oh, I don't even want to spoil it for you guys. Like they go down in this bunker because their house gets hit by a plane, and Christopher Walken's the father, and they think it's like Armageddon, so he gets them all to go down their fucking bunker. And then
This
fucking,
looks insane.
oh, it's such a funny movie, dude. It's honestly so funny, this movie. It's like a must see for sure. And then
I think it was
like
the
eventually,
Cuban Missile Crisis or something. He thought they were going to be attacked soon.
exactly. So they're all paranoid and on edge. And then, yeah, when he comes up out of the bunker here, at first, like when he comes up, there's all these homeless people living in this like abandoned place above the door. And they're like, whoa, like, are you Jesus? And then like they start this whole cult worshiping them. And then eventually they come up again. Like he goes back down because he's like, whoa, the world is fucked up. Like you guys don't want to go out there. Like all I saw was like drug addicts and like crazy people pretty much. And then they come back up later, and then yeah, all these homeless people are like worshiping the door and like waiting for them to come back up out of it and shit. It's only rated 6.7. I'm surprised. It's actually a really funny movie, I thought. I think a lot of people just don't like Brendan Fraser for some stupid ass reason. That's probably why it got a low rating.
Was it that? What was it? I guess the George of the Jungle movies probably fed into that.
Like the hatred to him, or
Yeah, or maybe it was the Mummy. I don't know.
oh, the Mummy movies were actually
I don't know
good.
why. The Mummy was popular. Maybe
And
the
so was
Mummy 3.
George of the Jungle was awesome too, I thought. I think people are just mean nowadays.
Yeah, I mean I like the Mummy film. That's good.
Yeah, I think I saw 1 and 2. I can't say I saw 3. Have you guys seen the new one with Tom Cruise?
No.
It's legitimately freaky, actually. It was actually good, I thought. It got like really bad reviews, but fuck, man, I thought it was crazy.
Teeny tiny little super guy.
Yeah, the beginning of the Mummy movie, especially, even the storyline in the new one was crazy. That was crazy. That was such a low rating.
Wait, what is the rating on IMDb?
5.4. I'm trying to get rid of the
5.4?
pop-up.
Hey, Slim Nem, welcome. So, teeny tiny super guy. Do you remember that? Any of you guys remember that?
Teeny tiny super guy? Yeah, I remember Minnie Mouse or Mighty Mouse.
Here I come to
Teeny
save the day.
Tiny Super
The
Guy?
Mummy was clearly woke. It had more than 0 female characters in it. And welcome Slim Nim.
that back.
Slim Nim says Encino Man.
Oh, Teeny Tiny Super Guy was before my time, that's for sure. 1982.
Wait, does that say? Oh, it's an animated
Oh.
short.
Oh, 15 minutes, yeah.
Huh.
Let's see here.
Teeny Tiny
Encino
Super.
Man.
Teeny
That-
Little Super Guy.
That was with Polly Shore, right? Encino Man?
Oh yeah, fucking Encino Man is another one of my favorites as a kid, and actually I just watched it recently with my girlfriend.
You know, Polly Shore's parents like owned the what was it? Was it the Comedy Store or the Laugh Factory? One of the two. Like one of the like biggest like comedy clubs in the country, and so Pauly Shore really had to like pay his dues. Like people didn't like it. Like the other comedians didn't like him.
Sean
He's always the
Austin?
same character.
He had
Sean
to.
Austin?
He had to
Sean
really.
Astin's in this? Oh,
Sean Austin, sorry.
or
I think-
Astin. Sorry,
All right,
What?
I was just wondering who that is. Oh, he's this guy. Yeah, he's in it.
Rudy. And Goonies. Yeah, that's.
Trying to remember, like, if he faked his own death or what, and then like made a movie about it.
Oh, Pauly
He
Shore.
did
Yeah,
some really good movie and he had a lot of
I always like
cool
Son-in-Law.
comedians in there.
Every
Once he had gained the respect of like his fellow comedians, made like a real outstanding movie. But
You ever
Trying to
seen some
remember.
of? Do you ever watch like some of Pauly Shore's MTV skits?
no,
Like where he got his start? Because those are really, really funny.
oh maybe I did. I might have seen it if
Totally Pauly. Huh,
It
he had
was
like a little
early
series on MTV.
Pauly Shore or like old school MTV. I might have seen it.
JITV. What the fuck?
Mitzi Shore is his mom.
I wonder where they're
And
from.
Sammy Shore and Mitzi Shore, yeah, they owned the Comedy Store in, I believe that's in LA.
Comedy Store as part of a divorce settlement. Oh, what? Sammy Shore was a comedian. He and Mitzi co-founded the Comedy Store with Rudy DeLuca. After Sammy and Mitzi Shore divorced, Mitzi owned and operated the Comedy Store as part of the divorce settlement until her death. Of course, we already know where they're from. We see their names. Thank you. Inspired by his parents' work, 17-year-old Shore. Oh, he started in comedy when he was only 17, Pauly Shore.
Yeah,
Wow.
and so like, and he had to go through. Yeah, it took decades I think before like other comedians respected him because his like parents were like the founder of the Comedy Store in West Hollywood, and so. And probably didn't help if he kept playing the same style character over and over again.
And that's the thing, like his character never really changed. Like from Encino Man to all the movies we just talked about. It was always like,
Did the character have like a particular name for that? Like Andrew Clay had that character of the Dice Man, and that kind of took over his. Unfortunately, kind of got stuck in that. You know, when they were calling him Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah.
But like the Dice Man was just one of his many characters he did. It's just the one that people like that became popular.
I found it funny, Max Goof. Like he's the maximum goof.
Yeah.
Gilbert Gottfried, he was playing a character. He ended up like
Funny guy.
wasn't even his real voice. Gilbert
Yeah.
Gottfried.
He also voiced the character on Cyber Chase.
You guys ever see this movie?
No,
Back to
the
the
bold.
Beach? You guys
Back
ever see this movie,
Beach,
Back to the
I'm not-
Beach? Who did this have in it?
I can't.
With
He
David-
also,
Avalon.
let's see, he was that. He was Iago.
Yeah.
He guest starred on the episode of Are You Afraid of the Dog?
Wait, did he really?
Are you talking about Gilbert Gottfried?
Yeah, he was
I
on
didn't
all
know he
you
was
video
on
the
all-
dog. A lot of people were. Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, but okay,
Melissa Joan Hall. Tia Tamara.
but was Gilbert Gottfried
In fact,
using like
Tia
this?
Tamara's episode is bad
But was he using
because
the
it's too
voice that
scary.
he typically would use? Because he would typically
Yes.
use the same voice, and that wasn't his. Because Howard Stern actually played the recording of
I love that
him,
there's a
his
section
regular
on the
voice
9/11
on
joke and the Aristocrats joke.
huh?
That's hilarious. There's
I
a
was
section
just-
on Wikipedia for that.
I was kind of interested. I was interested to see because there's some interesting stuff surrounding.
Yeah, don't play that one, Lorenzo.
So, but like Gilbert Gottfried, he
Here's
yeah,
all
he
of
was playing a character that whole time, like for years and years.
shit. Look how many
That's
things.
not how he spoke. He actually was very soft spoken on.
Wait, are you looking at his filmography?
Yeah, these are all the films he is in.
Wait, he was in Beverly Hills Cop?
Really?
Wait, who are you talking? What are you? Whose page are you on?
Oh, I'm just searching or surfing through his filmography
Yeah,
here, basically.
1987.
Wait, are
He
we
was-
talking
wait,
about Gilbert Gottfried
Oh, is
or
that two?
Polly
Yeah.
Shore? Who?
Number 2,
Oh,
Gilbert
that was two.
Gottfried.
Okay, I was like, I don't remember him being in Beverly Hills Cop 1.
I don't remember him being in any of them, really.
Wait. Who are we talking about now?
Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, we are
Yeah, I
talking
mean-
Gilbert Gottfried still. Okay.
I'm searching it up as you're talking.
But you guys do realize that wasn't his real voice?
Yeah.
Iago.
Okay.
That's his comedic
he
voice.
was like he was kind of like taking the. I think he was like kind of taking the kind of, maybe it's kind of like a Yiddish accent or something, and just like really exaggerating it, or maybe like a New York Jewish accent, and just really taking it like a deliberately obnoxious direction.
Yeah, he was in Aladdin, like even the whole TV series. I
Yeah.
think,
Wait,
like all of them. Oh, he was in Duckman? What?
It's
Wait,
it's
who
just
did-
wild. Like
4 episodes.
even when he'd laugh in character.
Married with Children, he was in it too.
I don't remember that character name from Duckman, but I do
Yeah,
remember the
Art-
show.
Art
Wait,
DeSalvo.
what was the character in Duckman's name?
Art DeSalvo.
I don't remember him.
DeSalvo.
Anyway, it's late. I want to get going. So yeah.
Yeah, I should
Well,
get off.
thanks for joining us, Gias.
Oh, it looks like him too.
Check out his DVR.
I vaguely looks familiar to me, but I can't remember who he was. Like,
I can't really remember either. Duckman, I just remember laughing at so much at all the boobs and everything.
vaguely remember Duckman, him repeatedly killing his assistants.
Yeah. Then
Oh,
like
those
throwing him in
two
wash.
barrels.
Yeah, the little.
Didn't he like throw them in a blender in one episode?
Yeah, like he
washing
kills them all the
machines,
time, but they just
yeah,
regenerate.
just out a window.
Oh,
One time he went
okay.
to jail for their murder right after he killed them. And they
Did-
were back
did
by
they
the end
come
of the
back to
episode and he
life?
just kills them again.
At the end of the trial?
What?
Yeah. There was like some trial and it wasn't there, and then yeah, they do come back. Where are his little assistants?
4
good night.
seasons, yep.
Sorry, I'm skipping through it fast here. I was trying to find pictures of the little assistant people. They don't have it though. It's just his family.
Yeah. Which,
I forgot about the two-headed fucking two-headed one kid or kids. I don't know. Is it plural? Oh, I forgot about the grandma too. Fuck, I haven't watched that show in so many years. This is a sweet ass picture. It's got a clear background. You can use this as a I don't know, it'd be easy to implant on other images. It's cool. I'm sure there's no trademark on it. I'm sure we could probably do whatever we want with Duckman.
yeah, that's comic books.
I don't know, like I know, well actually I don't know how long it lasts for, because I know like the Mickey Mouse trademark is pretty much open now. Like you're not allowed to make money off it, but you can like draw Mickey Mouse however the fuck you want, basically.
Well,
Hasn't
certain
that
versions
hasn't
of
that
it.
already been happening?
Yeah,
I think it's the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse. You might be able to, but like the thing is, Disney owns the trademark, I think, for like certain later versions of Mickey Mouse. Like a lot of the people who are using Mickey Mouse, I think would fall under maybe parody law, though.
Wait, is
So,
that
like,
but is that headline accurate though? That Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain, or is it?
that's not accurate.
Yes,
Really.
This is from Time
Mickey.
Magazine.
I know, but
January
the headline's
2nd.
a little misleading. I think it's just like certain
Lose
shorts.
copyright protection, Mickey Mouse. So you're allowed to use them however you want. You're just not allowed to make money off it.
I think it's pretty complicated as far as like how
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Like,
The Wolf Breaker said it. Okay.
what so South Park did a parody of Mickey Mouse. Now they changed around, like where he's beating the shit out of the Jonas Brothers. But I think he was the one making them wear parody rings. But like they actually, not only I think is that covered under parody law, but they did also change the design somewhat, so he wasn't wearing the same clothes he normally wore, and there was some other aspects of his design that if you look closely enough, it's like, okay, this isn't the exact same way that. I think they were pretty careful about how they did that. Just maybe they ran that past some lawyers or something before they.
This is from Duke Law School, so I'd have to say this is pretty credible. And they're talking as of January 1st, 2024, after almost a century of copyright protection, Mickey Mouse, or at least a version of Mickey Mouse, will enter the United States public domain.
Okay. That's what I just said. At least a version of Mickey Mouse.
It's all Mickey Mouse, so basically.
But the thing is, like, did it actually say at least a version of Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
Because that's extremely important, because they have like multiple, like, probably have multiple copyrights and trademarks on.
I already went through a few others. There was I just came from another John Hopkins business school here. So basically, Mickey Mouse is under the same protection as Steamboat Willie. Mickey Mouse, which first appeared in the 1928 landmark animated short Steamboat Willie. So Steamboat Willie, I guess, is actually the name of a short. Mickey Mouse is the character.
I've heard that Steamboat Willie is public domain, but like that, I don't know if the later color incarnations of Mickey Mouse are.
Man, we should have the
or
Looney Tunes guy on here, because I was going to ask. This would have been great to ask about Looney Tunes. Like, when do the Looney Tunes characters enter the public domain?
Mickey and Minnie Mouse are both in the public domain. It says here. There's so many different articles.
I think things are a lot more complicated because this has been a.
The only thing complicated about it is it depends on the country. So most other countries says outside of the US, it appears that Steamboat Willie is also in the public domain in some countries while it remains copyrighted in others. I don't think there's a separate copyright for Mickey. The public domain has had some famous recent arrivals, but this is the most anticipated entry yet. Why? It is not simply that Mickey is a famous copyrighted character. So are Sherlock Holmes and Winnie the Pooh. While they entered public domain for some fanfare, it paled in comparison to this event. The reason.
So, like, okay, you can have like a movie enters public domain, but then someone does a restoration of the movie, and then all of a sudden it's like protected under like copyright or something, that restored version. I mean, like I think it's really complicated how. Remember, Disney also like. Writes, I think they essentially write her, like in the US, they write the intellectual property laws.
Oh yeah, there's Disney lobbied.
Yeah, they at least lobby it. I don't know. I'm not.
So many
I'm
times
not sure their lawyers directly write the laws, but like a lot of time, I got to be careful. I'm not sure they directly write the bill that becomes a law, though it is common for lobbyists to do that in Disney.
Yeah, it used to be 50 years. It used to be 50 years before copyright set in.
I think it wasn't copyright originally like 30 years and then like extended.
Maybe before, but I
Mm.
always remembered that I've always remembered it started at 50 years.
It wasn't extended to like 70 years, but
Yeah, or the lifetime of
80
the
or
person that
something
made
like
it,
that.
or
Yeah.
whatever.
Was it extended like to 100 years? I try to remember how long it was extended with. Because maybe it was 70 years that Disney had kind of changed to.
For the Mickey Mouse thing is for 95 years for some reason. I don't know why, but 95 years is the
LCX.
number.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the thing is that now that bullshit Mickey is in public domain, it's like, look how many people are really jumping on it. Because the good thing about copyright that people don't seem to understand is it forces people to get creative and make new shit rather than just use the same whatever was popular at the time.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if like all these characters enter the public domain and people start making better quality stuff than Disney?
But but
the thing is, you can get oversaturated of the market and just get tons of crap as well.
Well, there's plenty of like.
Right here it says, under current law, works released between 1924 and 1978 are copyrighted for 95 years. As a result, thousands of works copyrighted in 1928 enter the public domain today, meaning anyone can use or reprint them without permission. That includes books like Lady Chatterley's Lover, I don't know, some other shit, Steamboat Willie. So basically, it's any character that was in Steamboat Willie. So you can take Minnie or Mickey. But once again, like I was saying, you're not allowed to make money off it. I watched some stupid thing where people were talking about it on YouTube a while ago. And basically, you can do whatever you want, make memes and everything. But if you make any money off it, just expect a lawsuit from Disney. Let's just say that, basically.
Okay, so you can't make something and charge people for it.
Or use it for advertising or anything like that. You can make fun of Mickey, you can make a porno with Mickey, you can do whatever you want, but the moment you start making money off it, you're going to have a lawyer sending you something pretty much, I can guarantee you.
So, yeah, by the way, this show doesn't count as legal advice, but earlier, the Woke Breaker said would have been cool. They just didn't know what they wanted with the MonsterVerse. So this had to do with the Mummy movie. Would have been neat if they could get it right, though. I think, yeah, they were trying to do some. What was it? Were those all old Universal Pictures movies? All the old, like, they were trying to take a bunch of Universal horror movies and make like a MonsterVerse where they all connected in the same universe.
For which movie, sorry?
Yeah, with like the Mummy, and I think what was going on is they were trying to make like all these old Universal horror movies and make one big MonsterVerse, which is a cool concept, but I don't know what happened to that idea, if they abandoned it. It can't be the version that Disney does, just like Winnie the Pooh,
serial killer,
etc. Oh, hey, DJ Ronnie G, welcome back. Any LCX?
If I get the Winnie the Pooh, was it Blood Honey or what, something there?
Yeah, and then there's Winnie the Pooh Vampire Slayer comic that I don't know if it's Comicsgate or Iron Age or CG adjacent. I think it might be Comicsgate. I don't know, because there's all these different categories now.
Oops.
At this point, let's hope they all lose everything laugh out loud so they don't.
I just had to.
Everything.
It's so great.
Here it is. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Political cartoon. Hey man, it's not copyright protected. Nobody can say anything. I don't know. It was pretty funny though, man. Holy shit. He got so choked. They banned Winnie the Pooh in all of China now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I should have just not reacted to it. Like what I was saying
Oh,
earlier,
I didn't
and
pull it up there.
before reacting to that troll for like 20 minutes.
I keep forgetting to click the thingy. Yeah, we talked
Oh
about
my
the whole troll
God.
thing for a while there, and then we were talking about not giving him attention, then we ended up giving him like 30
Yeah.
minutes of our attention.
Well,
Those,
Xi Jinping is the master of feeding the trolls.
Yeah, he brought it on himself with this one, man. You know, it's like when you're a kid in school and you get bullied by a bully and you're like, no. And then the bully's like, yeah. And then everybody's like, yeah. Oh, man. I'm redheaded, so I got picked on lots in school. I fucking wet the bed
That
too
is
as a
such a
kid. I
great.
got
That
picked
is
on
such
for
a
so
great
many
political
things.
cartoon.
Oh yeah, man. Well, just because it got him so bad too, and then I'm pretty sure they made it illegal, didn't they? I don't know. Winnie the Pooh in China. Let's just see here. Yeah, censorship of Winnie the
Oh
Pooh in China.
no!
The Chinese government has blocked
There's a
images and
whole
mentions of
Wikipedia
Winnie the
page on this.
Pooh. Oh yeah, there's Wikipedia page on everything. Fuck. It's funny they don't have advertisements on Wikipedia because
Love that
man,
side
could
by
you
side
imagine?
image.
Oh yeah, it's pretty funny how they put him like walking with some lady. Oh dude, Piglet, and she's wearing pink too. Oh no, this is a good laugh. Oh shit.
Cultural
Man.
impact.
There's gonna be a nuke landing on fucking Vancouver tonight to take me
Wait,
out.
there was a South Park episode.
Oh yeah, dude. South Park has went hard on China because all the Disney stuff and like, oh, if you haven't seen it, fuck me. What was it? Who were we talking about earlier? South Park did a fucking brutal episode on him. I was gonna mention it. I can't even remember.
Who was? Oh yeah, it was on. Oh man, who was it on?
Man, we were talking about him earlier. No, I totally forgot. I was gonna mention it.
What hasn't South Park had an episode on at this rate?
Yeah.
It wasn't Epstein, was it?
No, I wouldn't doubt it if they have though. Fuck.
They did an episode on fucking. Pretty sure that's been a few episodes.
On
Blood and Honey, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be like the trailer was hilarious, but I heard that it was just kind of mediocre. So, actual movie. Yeah, but I was laughing while I was watching the trailer. I thought it was pretty funny.
You know who I miss from South Park? Is this guy right here, Hanky the Christmas Pooh. This guy was the best. I love him. Hi guys. I guess Towley basically replaced him, eh?
Oh yeah.
So
oh, by the way, Woke Breaker, have a good night. Woke Breaker's off to watch some King of Queens.
Keep it real, keep it real. Don't do anything that we wouldn't do.
King of Queens, that's good.
So we've been streaming for about 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I should probably get off here. I can
I'm
tell
starting to get more now.
Yeah, I should probably go to bed.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on. So
yeah, no problem. It's always a great stream. So thanks.
Where can we find you guys?
Just Adventuring Warfish on YouTube.
Everybody's talking over each other.
Just find me Adventuring Warfish on YouTube. That's the only social media that I have, really. So,
is there? How would you describe your channel?
Just mainly Let's Plays.
Awesome.
That's basically it. And some sports stuff, like sports games, anyway. But that's it.
I don't communicate on social media. I live in northern Afghanistan, so if you ever want to talk to me, you have to travel here.
Yeah, Lefty Brown. So.
It should be a fun vacation.
We already know you are a Lefty Brown. Thank you. Who else was there?
Oh, he has new information about the trolls?
He is the
Okay, so the link's in the chat if you want to join. I've got
There
a
was a
feeling
squad that
about
was doing
this, but
Lefty
I think you
Brown.
shouldn't have said that, and you might have to stop doing that after this stream.
I don't. I can
you.
deal with. I've dealt with trolls for years on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, all you have to do is like the link's pinned in the chat, like
Or it's on the top of the
your
chat.
Lefty Brown.
It's always there. But
Now it's okay. So now it's saying device not connected. I can even show.
Wouldn't.
This might go into like some infinite loop if I try to screen share. I can make it okay. Oh wait. What?
I'm Lefty Brown. Hello? Can you hear me? Guys? I have new information about the trolls.
Okay.
Is anyone
the
there?
troll okay?
I just wanted to tell you all about the trolls. Okay? Listening.
No, they're
Okay,
gay.
GMC. Please tell us more, GMC. Tell us more.
Hello?
We're listening, GMC. Speak
I
louder.
just
Speak
wanted to
louder.
tell you all about the trolls. Hello?
Well, that was some pretty
what was that?
trolling, in my opinion, but
It's GMC.
Oh
I
my
already know
God.
who it is.
Well, there's 15 seconds I'm not going to get back.
Well,
it just wasn't. This wasn't.
that was totally his real voice. Wink, wink.
It kind of was. I didn't kick you. You left on your own or you just let me back. I didn't kick you. maybe you're. You had me laughing. That's good, LCX.
I can honestly say I used to like. I don't know if you guys ever saw.
Absolutely uninspiring.
I know.
There's one of his other accounts.
I used to like his old Nigel's movie reviews. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, they were great. I don't
He
know
had
why he
kind of lost it. I don't know what the fuck happened.
I don't know why he went like from that to whatever the fuck he's doing now. I think. Oh, I know. I think he put a lot of time and effort into it, and then he just wouldn't get that many views. But
I promoted this. I think I even had him like on my website and stuff that I had for a while. I think he was one of the few people I had on there. There are trolls all over Earth. I thought they live under bridges and you have to say a secret password personally.
Heard it. Trolls all over the earth.
How many devices does he use to do this, I wonder?
I don't know. It's just.
Are these actual personalities, or is he like?
It could be like some sort of dissociative disorder, but again, this is not a. This does not count as a medical show, but.
I remember I was following him on Twitter too, and then he had a picture of his truck, and then I realized it was just a GMC, and it had GMC big on the grill, and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's his truck. Let's see what he says in the comments. Oh man, everything must be GMC.
Wait, how do you pronounce Ethereal Dragon or
Ethereal?
Ethereal. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you remember that too well. Yeah.
Do you post anything?
I really don't do much now.
I just love watching this. That was one of the. I remember he was doing that on his channel there too before he switched to whatever. I lost track.
Doing what?
I mean, I'm sometimes on Twitter, but it's mostly responding to other things.
Oh,
Mostly what? I'm
Twitter?
sorry. I'm starting to fade.
Then again, I'm alright. Then again, I do. Actually, might as well drop those links. Let's see where are they? Because I do go onto other people's stuff.
Yeah, aren't you hosting some role playing games and stuff? DMing, GMing.
yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you support.
Yeah, almost every day on Battlefield. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so that was the thing with him is he got upset with somebody in the Battlefield gaming community, and then just like went after everybody who like said hi to that person in the chat. It was really unhinged. And it's like I guess saying hi to somebody is somehow taking sides. I don't know. Like that's it's pretty silly, but that's kind of how things are like in this online sphere. And thanks for dropping those links, Lamborghini.
I don't know.
I can't remember the last time I ever did a
Oh,
video.
Ronnie G too. DJ Ronnie G. This guy, I don't know what it is. This guy seems like such a character, man.
Which one?
Ronnie.
Oh yeah, I like Ronnie.
It was even entertaining. I'm just looking in the background while he was riding his bike there.
I know.
Yeah, I wish he could have gone on the stream, but thanks for sharing my link, Timbergate tube.
I can just call you Tim, right?
Bro, I'm easily offended. All right.
Okay.
No, I'm
sorry.
just joking. I'm just joking.
No, you're good. You're good.
You must pronounce
Dragon's
all
Rumble link.
all syllables.
And,
Yeah, I guess everybody's gaining subscribers tonight.
yeah, that's what the point of the show is. It's not to it's not trying to.
I remember when that got to me for a little while when I was really young. Some kids would call me Timbalina after the Thumbelina cartoon. And I remember I got in a couple fights over that one back when I was like 10 years old or whatever. But, whatever.
So Lefty's trying to join again. It says device not connect. I'm done dealing with this. This. It's just like you gotta get better. If you're gonna be a troll, you should like do a better job and like maybe
Just to
entertaining or
satisfy
something. I don't know.
Refine your tactics.
Yeah, I mean it was mildly entertaining. It just would have been
Guys, go. There's his
better
channel.
if like he.
Oh no.
Oh, Lefty Brown is like a brand new thing with like no video. So yeah, that's funny. I'll give you credit. You make me laugh there once in a while. Lefty Brown, Chief Four Toes, GMC.
It's a shame because so GMC had this like he had like chats full of like there'd be a ton of people. I mean maybe I don't know how to explain it. Like some of the retro gaming streams, chats would be very active, like far more active than this chat. But like then like he started accusing everybody of like being friends with the wrong person and stuff like that. And
I remember like Carla has like a harsh southern accent, so I would always joke around and be like, oh, there's the chick with the sexy accent. And yeah, that was what I was interrogated about by Lefty Brown, Chief.
yeah, like I don't like know her in real life. It's just if somebody says hi to me in the chat, and like I'll say hi to them back and stuff. And that's not like it's not some grand conspiracy. It really isn't.
Not?
I'm just laughing at the chat right now.
Wait,
his two personalities are arguing right now.
wait,
I don't know how else to
Chief
explain it.
Fortos isn't GM. Oh, I don't even know.
Yeah, and he's just mentioning like he's like mentioning it and like the people who all know GM like had bad experiences with GMC, like Omni, like
Oh
Steve.
no, L. No, L. What I'm saying is like I would be talking with Carla and I'd be like, "Man, you got a sexy voice." 'Cause I don't know. I like women with southern accents. I don't know what it is. It just sounds cool when they have a southern accent to me. I don't know.
Well, you're
But
kind of far away from that.
yeah, I guess I
Yeah,
don't know. But
Carol,
anyways,
Carol's just always been nice to me. I just nice back. That didn't mean I was picking sides, but like after somebody like goes and like blocks me and then creates a gazillion troll accounts, well, Carol is starting to look like the better person of the two. Like
attention. We're giving them attention.
block me and then like create lame ass troll accounts, and
All right,
you're
guys.
going to be the one who looks like kind of the douche, and not Carla, who's just like perfectly nice and normal acting.
We're giving them attention again.
That's what I was trying to do.
You guys are all very awesome. And
so, anybody else have anything to promote? Because I'm just.
There's a you're familiar with the RPG system Fudge?
that sounds familiar. I probably shouldn't.
It's the parent system to Fate.
this I think if maybe you told me about Fudge. Okay, this is all sounding wrong. And so there's an offshoot of it called Bait.
Fate. Fudge is the one with the special dice with the pluses and minuses.
Yeah, I don't know
I
anything
just
about
posted
that.
the link to the official Fudge server on Discord. It does.
Is this even the real Carla? Oh my gosh.
Looks
I can't click
similar.
on. I can't click and stream. Started a new segment of my channel called L Talks, where I talk about a topic of the day for a few minutes while interacting with the chat.
I think this is the same Carla that was on earlier, or in chat earlier. I don't.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to. So there's a fate system. Oh gosh, it's 1 a.m. I'm gonna have to go into my
Yeah, there's one if you like Sonic the Hedgehog. And
Oh,
then
that's
Taki has a
real.
bunch
That's
of
real
lore.
Carla.
Wait,
Okay,
what?
so I'm getting really confused here. So who?
I think they're all fake. But I say we don't trust any of them.
Well, that's actually Carla. Carla's out here. Oh, Chief. Okay, Chief isn't apparently isn't. I don't. Who the heck is Chief? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Chief.
don't even know anymore.
I don't know. This is mad. It is pretty. It is pretty crazy.
Yes, someone the troll. He does lots of things about Japanese culture. He even does lots of live streams where he's like in various places in Japan.
Wait. So Chief Fortos isn't whoever that is. I don't even know.
The whole thing is silly, but like, let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, this is getting super confusing with all this stuff.
Okay,
But
well, yeah, sorry, I just went to Chief Fortos' channel. It's okay.
Whose
What about-
channel?
Just Chief Fortos. That's
yeah, what's this channel like?
oh, it's a gaming channel.
You remember some?
See, yeah.
Take care, man.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, I gotta get to bed. So, but
Yeah,
good
looks
stream.
like Timberghini left too.
Yeah,
Gotta
good stream,
close out the show.
Lorenzo. Thanks for this open door policy that you have. It's nice. Hope to catch more streams in the future from you because you talk about some pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to catch more of your shows as well.
Yeah, just let's plays and sports games for the most part. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing, man, and you have a good night.
Me too.
And I'm sorry, I keep before I mispronounce your name again, man.
Are you talking about Ethereal
Ethereal Dragon. Take care, man. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Anything more to add, Dragon? Because I need to wrap things up pretty soon.
I'm just posting links to other people's YouTube channels.
So Omnilight Studios says that okay, Chief Fortos isn't GMC, and I trust Omni. So would you say you post?
No, links to various other people's YouTube channels.
Oh, okay.
I think I haven't done anything in a while. Oh, it's only been 1 month.
So let's see. Gosh, I'm forgetting my outro. I'm Eros Lorenzo Sleestak. You can find me here pretty much every Thursday night. Occasionally take breaks, but I'm typically let people know ahead of time. Anyway, you can find me here pretty much every Thursday at 8 p.m. 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. And I believe it's 9 a.m. Fridays, Philippines time. And I think it's the same in like Perth, Australia too. Interestingly enough. Anyway, take care, everybody. Have an excellent night.
Night, everyone.
And Chief Four Toes is a mod now since several people vouched for him. Good night.